talking to you is kind of like talking to a wall, brother. Like, I'm gonna be honest.
Well, no, but tell me, you have Islamists, which they are amongst at least the Abrahamic religions. They've reformed very little, and so they still have hardline sects of Muslim rule in parts of the world, and revolutionaries that want to take over different parts of Muslim countries that absolutely will kill faggots. Like that is not even.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Brother, I'm gonna be honest with you. You sound very like indoctrinated, because like a lot of the when I see you know what I mean, brother, please.
No, I'm going to.
Because a lot of those Muslim countries, they're gay as fuck.
Hold on.
Like honestly, they're gay as fuck.
I'm gonna go ahead and go. So, but the reality is though is that there is no reason the LGBTQ community should have an alliance with Muslims. No, I get it, and I get why they want to side with people that are in a way anti-American, anti-status quo. When they were growing up, depending on which generation you were in, you were basically belittled. You were a pariah, being part of that community, and so they're going to naturally harbor some resentment. But they do this by going with the enemy of our civilization. But don't.
I see. Okay.
Much more harsh.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yep. I didn't pick up what you were putting down. You're saying like how in America, like they were like protesting together, but in a different country, it'd be a totally different thing. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, they'd be getting killed in those other countries.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not, okay. I agree. I thought that was weird as hell, too. I agree with you. It didn't make any sense whatsoever. But, like I said, Pakistan, I think they did like what they call it, like not a census, y'all boys, what's the word I'm looking for? A study. They did a study, like, they're gay as fuck, like, they're gayer than America in Pakistan. You know what I'm saying? So, like, yeah. But I
picture of the Rainbow Railroad. Have you ever heard that term? The Rainbow Railroad. It's an organization. It saves gays from these Muslim countries where they're being persecuted. And there's a documentaries and stuff on it. Operated, they get them out and get them into Canada. But the one I saw was all about Egypt. And there was a gay couple, and I think the story was the guy had a sign at a concert, like maybe it was a gay flag or something, and got arrested. I think his partner got out, but he got arrested and was being detained in Egypt, and they were able to get him out. It's like an underground, almost similar to like the abolitionists, but it's to get gays out of those countries that persecute them. You can Google it.
That's like Canada weak as hell.
Abby, did you ever see the music video by Hosier? I don't know how to say his name, but it's like, meet me at the church. Do you know the song I'm talking about?
I'm gonna make you sing. Hold on, I'm gonna put a video on the. I'm sorry, Ryan. Go ahead. Oh, I'm gonna put the video.
How dare you? Be like you know.
I thought you were singing, Demos.
Take me to church.
Yeah, I know that song.
Have you ever watched the music video for that?
I know the song.
It just, you're way you are?
I mean, even some of these countries that are a little more progressive, I mean, you just saw what happened with the gay cruise. Did you? That was just what, last week or the week before? You know, they do. There's a I think it's the Atlantis. There's a gay cruise company, and they weren't allowed to go to Turkey, and then they were trying to find a port to go to, and Egypt wouldn't let them in either.
I'm not going to lie. I do think that this is where it's incredibly unhealthy. There is absolutely no reason why countries that are more religious should have to accept a bunch of queers that are on a ship.
I agree.
And so, like, hey, look, we can have a problem with it.
You call them the queers. What's wrong with you?
Well, no, but in reality, like, what I don't get, and it's what's really funny is that these people are making themselves out to be such goddamn victims. Look, you're a goddamn foreigner. You don't live in that country. You're not being subjected to any kind of discrimination that affects your livelihood. You are just not allowed to go into a certain country. These are a bunch of Western queers that are mad that Egypt and Turkey would not let them in. Who fucking cares?
We don't have borders. We don't have countries. Whatever. If the country has a stipulation on queers going into it, then they have the right to do that. The same way as Americans have the stipulation that we don't want people crossing our border illegally on the south.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what are they worried about?
It doesn't fucking matter.
What?
This is what I don't get. This is what I don't get about leftists. Is you have people that are intolerant from every race and religion. There are people that are intolerant, whether it's Jews that or Muslims or Christians. We all have that one part of us, small group of us that are intolerant. Now, sometimes these people want to live amongst themselves. Why wouldn't you just let them do that? They want to live amongst themselves and they hate you. They don't like you. Okay, fine. Yeah, just live amongst yourselves. Amazing. I don't want to have to deal with you people. But there is like this, the leftist impulse to try to say like, no, they must embrace us. No, they don't. And so, you know what's actually better? Is just letting them keep to themselves. We don't have to spread that toxicity amongst ourselves.
I mean,
Really
unless they're black.
I think that like we can like not only force them to accept their ideology, but we can bring a whole bunch of these fucking people that will never embrace our ideology into our fucking countries. It's so goddamn idiotic. Like, let these fucking people be. Like,
okay.
The left
That's what
like
black,
the real colonizers. Like, it's just like,
that's what black people told the white people too, though. Let us be, but then y'all, you bomb us and shit. Like a lot of white people, like you said.
Hey, King, can I
go ahead, brother.
Just real quick, because I've been waiting indefinitely now. Because I was doing certain things with my laptop. So, so just with the Islam thing, and I'm not a proponent of Islam or Muslims and whatnot, right? But I do find it really ironic when it comes to people who are conservative minded. And I'm not speaking of you, Pepe, but I do find it very funny, ironic, and very peculiar that you have people who call themselves conservative. You have conservative Jewish people, you have conservative people, white, black, blue, white, or orange, right? And they talk about how much they hate Islam. But I find it pretty funny is that when you look at the tenets of Islam, right, and you see the things that they're talking about, they mirror a lot of this talking of, a lot of these conservatives today, right? In America, they don't like LGBTQism, they're about separatism. So I'm trying to understand. You talk about Islam being embraced by the left. If anything, the right should be embracing Islam because Islam is saying the same shit you saying. You just from a different fucking country.
That's a fact.
I mean, I'm just saying when you look at it.
Well, I would say this. So when it comes to Islam, progressives, including like one guy I'm really close friends with. He was a Marine, served overseas, very bright man. He would make this argument like 5 or 6 years ago. I would say the problem with Islam, though, is that on a surface level, it's like, yes, we want women to be more modest. We want families to have higher expectations, all of that stuff. That Muslims are, especially if you're living under Sharia law, they will enforce. Now, if you're to look at, let's just say somebody who's far right, that's Christian. They want to preserve, in a way, their heritage, their religion, their race, whatever it is. But when it comes down to it, the Muslims do want to erase that. They do want you to become Muslim. They're going to fight with the people on the far right that want to hold on to Christianity, that want to hold on to anything Western, because they literally think that it. In fact, I would say they're offended by the fact that you're not willing to become one of them. And at the end of the day, they're not going. The far right and the Muslims, they're going to end up butting heads, and we've seen this. There's a little hallelujah moment for like a year or so after October 7th, where you had the Muslims and whites who.
Whoa.
I would say they would like the one thing they shared in common is that they dislike Jews and blamed them for a lot of the problems, but these people have already largely had their divorce. They don't get along.
That's not that's not true at all. You do realize that the Muslims believe in the Bible, correct? And the only thing that they don't believe is that
not in the same way. I love it. Muslims.
the only difference is that they don't believe Jesus Christ is the Messiah. That's it.
But that's the most fundamental difference between us. Okay, so look, hold on. Jews, and Muslims have always tried to play this sneaky game. They like to say, like, oh, Jews, at times, yes, they will say, like, Jesus, fuck Jesus. Was he even real? Yeah, I don't know that he was real. Okay, their religion.
I've literally never heard a Muslim say that ever.
A Christian, I'm talking about Jews, but hold on.
Oh, okay, copy.
And so they'll say that, it's like, okay, we understand the fundamental difference between Judaism and Christianity is that they don't believe in Jesus. We got that sorted out.
No, they
Muslims
believe
will
in Jesus. They believe that he's boiling and shit in him.
Dude, why don't you not tell us what we believe?
That's in the Talmud.
It isn't.
You're allowed to lie to me.
No, it isn't. And you're not a Talmudic scholar.
First of all, when it comes to the smarter, when it comes to
a lot more than you love or no.
Okay, when it comes to the more, hold on, Jesus Christ. When it comes to those that would, it's a term that's unfortunately being tossed around a lot more. But like several years ago, I would, what we would consider low IQ anti-Semitism. If you brought up the word Talmud, we would make fun of you. We would belittle you. Even I was never a Nazi, but even the more intellectual anti-Jewish white nationalists would make fun of you. You're retarded.
Nobody cares what you think.
But this is That quote was by a goddamn Christian that converted to fucking Judaism. Okay, we don't
Wait,
give a.
do you want me to bring out the scripture in the Talmud? I'll bring it up right
The
now.
Talmud is not scripture. It is literally
It's not scripture,
Jews.
you idiot. It's not
Y'all
scripture.
follow it though. I mean, it's not scripture to me. Of course not.
Literally
not
Jews.
scripture. It's not our, you're wrong. You're just
Y'all
wrong.
believe in it though, man.
No, you're wrong.
No,
You don't
she
understand what it is.
She believes in Kabbalah.
No, you don't understand what it is, and you don't get to tell us what we believe in. You don't get to do that.
All the Talmud is literally
It's
rabbis.
commentary. It's
Yes,
fucking
it's commentary.
commentary.
Rabbis
Yeah,
discussing
you're
rabbinical
allowed to
law.
It's
goes-
commentary.
it spans
If
many
you don't
decades.
understand it, because you never studied it, you don't know how to study it, you don't know what our Torah is, you don't accept
The
it,
Torah is the
and you
what?
you
What
don't
in the
understand the
world?
Tanakh. You don't. So don't.
Somebody cares about all
No,
those
no,
dumb
no,
sayings
you
in
don't.
books,
She would
bro.
never debate you because she knows she'll get eaten alive in a
No, I will
Yeah,
not
bro.
get eaten
Yeah,
alive.
bro.
And believe me,
You don't know
I know.
anything.
Do you or do
You
you
know
not
nothing.
believe in the Talmud?
You know nothing. You
Do
know
you,
nothing.
or do you,
know that
or
she-
do
I
you
know that
not
she-
believe
You
in
know
the
what
even
Talmud?
the
funny is?
Torah.
I don't want. I'm trying not to
You know
be mean,
nothing.
but the actual the Nazi-esque people that I've known, with the argument you guys are making against Abby, would eat you fucking
Who cares
alive.
about Nazis? I don't care about that, bro.
Okay, look, I'm talking about the people that are actually intellectual, that are against the goddamn Jews.
Are they
They
intellectual
even
because they're
side with
Nazis
the
and
fucking
white?
Jews. That this
I'm
is
confused.
low IQ fucking goy slop. This is fucking retarded.
You're saying it's
Only
voice slop
fucking
while
no,
literally
only
siding
fucking
with
anyone
the-
else
Only
to
the
blame.
retarded goys would eat
Who else
this
you want to blame for your unfortunate lot in life, King? That you just don't have a life.
unfortunate?
Like, what? I guess
Who's
you have to
unfortunate?
try to find someone to blame. Is that what's
What
happening?
are you
King?
talking about?
Yeah, it's for your unfortunateness.
What are you? Who's unfortunate?
You're unfortunate.
Man, I swear to God,
Huh?
this bride is ignorant.
Yo, see, that's how they
Yeah.
think.
Well,
bro.
why are you
That's
blaming
crazy.
Jews? What's your problem?
I'm blaming y'all for what?
Yeah, that's all you've been doing since you first came in the other room.
Well,
You
hold on,
haven't
Abby.
stopped about it.
Hold on.
What in the world?
So King, I mentioned earlier Hitler was brought up, and I think I was using him as like an extreme example. But you said that like, oh, Hitler didn't actually do anything wrong. What do you? Why do you think Hitler was so great?
I never said he was great, bro. But
Why
I
didn't
will
he
say
do
this:
anything? Why didn't
when
he do
you
anything wrong?
see
Hold on, you
us,
said he didn't do it. No, but
when
you
you
didn't
just
say why
asked me
he
a
didn't
question,
do
I'm trying to
anything wrong.
answer it.
Why didn't he do anything wrong?
No, I wouldn't say he didn't do anything wrong. I think that he knew who was destroying his country. Period. Like I mean, like loaning money with extremely high interest rates, clipping coins, pushing transgenderism on children.
Hold on. Do you think coin clipping was a thing in Hitler's time?
Are you saying it wasn't?
Okay, let me ask you something, King. Okay, is the problem people?
Wait, are you Indian?
Yeah, I'm from India.
Yeah, y'all are Israel's best friend, but continue.
Yeah, so
Did I mention
The
Jew
problem
hatred
is-
from this?
yeah, is it problem with people giving loans or is the problem the people taking loans? Okay.
Wait, say it again, but it was hard.
Every person has the option. Every person has the option to take loans or not. Okay, people are giving it. Okay, they do now as well. You have the option of taking the loans. So you can't blame them. You can't blame them for giving loans.
No, he wants to ignore that part. But even if we were to look at like European,
I mean, I agree. I mean, you're not wrong, brother. I mean,
we can look at European.
what do you mean ignore that part, bro? How are you going to speak for me? Like, what? You need to chill out.
King, hold on a second. So we know how Jews were kicked out of all of these countries, or they weren't even countries. They were like mini territories that existed for a tiny bit. Yeah, but
You cannot hate on them for being, Jews being intellectual and
I think they're smart. So hold on. But what's
No,
funny is we can
I
look at
think
even
they're
like the
extremely
hold on.
Violent?
The Knights
Really,
Temp-
King?
We can look at
The
the
only
Knights Templar.
person that sounds violent is you.
How? Because I don't agree with you.
Because let's see, you're justifying the Holocaust. So keep talking, King.
Hey,
Listen to
wait,
all.
wait,
Hold on, I want to ask a question.
Don't fall
I
for that.
literally did not say that at all.
Hey,
Yes, you
King,
did.
don't
That
fall
is
for that.
insane.
This is a lawyer.
That's wild.
Real quick, King, listen. This is a lawyer.
Can I finish what
Abby
the fuck
likes
I
to
was saying?
put
Am I Minnie
put
Mouse?
stuff on people, which is a lie.
Hey, y'all gotta let him finish, man.
So I'm just curious. So like, okay, Jews, they were allowed to be the money lenders. You know what was very convenient for all of the leaders of the kingdoms? We don't want to pay these Jews anything, so just kick them out. Fuck them. We aren't going to pay them shit. That's actually a lot easier than paying them. So I can understand why kings did it. But even if we look at the Knights Templar, why did the Vatican go after them? These were some of the most diehard Catholics. And of course, this is when Christendom was almost solely Catholic. Because they were money lenders, and then they didn't want to pay the money back to the Knights Templar. Say, well, fuck these people. Just go ahead and kill them.
The Catholic Church was they were very.
They're just hating on them because
They were very
really
violent.
smart at financial.
Like I'm not making an excuse for that either. They were very like what? No, hell no.
The Templar Knights were very violent.
Yeah, and they were pagan as fuck, bro. Like I'm not gonna.
What's
So
wrong?
there was
But no, they were Catholic at the time.
only like
What's wrong with?
No, it's
Yeah,
good.
they were Catholic, but
there was only about 12 or 13 holy wars that they fought, went down and did battles with. There was thousands of attacks by Muslims on Europe.
yeah, and you know what, Joe? Real quick, Joe. The number of people they killed was in the thousands, like up there. And when we're dealing with the Templar Knights, right, who were Jesuit funded, right? The same.
Yeah, well, no, to be fair, like we had in Europe, you had Christendom, and what you had in the Levant. Okay, you had some Jews that were there, but for the most part, we can look at Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt. We can look at all of North Africa. That was all Christian.
Shenanigans.
The Muslims came in. By
They were
force,
not-
they
they were not-
converted
they were not.
everybody. Hold on. They wanted to do the same to Europe. The Europeans fought back. And so we can say like, oh, they were.
That is
horrible
not
people.
the truth
No,
at all.
that's absolutely the truth.
That is absolutely the truth because they are
Yes.
actually forced
Oh
converting
my
people in India.
goodness.
They are actually forced converting people in
Study
India.
history.
That's not true at all, brother.
It is.
Our ancestors,
have you
our
never
European
heard of-
ancestors fought tooth and nail to keep Islam out of Europe. That is an absolute fucking fact.
Yeah,
The
I
one
mean, I
most
agree
disappointing
with
thing
that,
to
but
me
you
is that
just said
we-
Africa, bro.
Is that
You
I
just
can
said
look at
Africa
Europe
and Egypt.
today, and they're not doing the fucking same.
Brother, you just jumped from two totally different
Let me
places.
explain it to you. It was the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire is located in what we call today Turkey. The Ottoman Empire moved all the way across the Middle East towards the north of Africa, made all of the North African countries Muslim.
Exactly.
And then
That
from
that,
the-
that goes
hold on,
against
I'm not
everything
finished.
he just said. He did
I'm
not just say
finished.
that.
I'm not finished. And then, from all of these North African countries, when they were finished there, they crossed the water to Spain. They conquered it. They also got up until Bosnia. From Bosnia to Croatia. Yeah, they got blocked at the border of Bosnia to Croatia because of the French intervening. So the French took Mars up to Croatia and stopped them right there so that they wouldn't be able to come closer to France, which was a great decision because that preemptive war caused that Islam did not further expand in Europe.
So let me give you my version of the history, okay? The British and the Europeans came to India, they looted us. Okay, that happened. Okay? And what happened is, okay, when the war came, the World War II came, the British were like, okay, we have no money, and they were getting loans from America, US, and the people who are giving loans to British is most likely Jewish, who has Jewish financial institutions, and you know those money went back to Israel to support this, and that's the flow of money.
Okay, can I talk now? Who was the lady that was just talking? Was it Glow? Was that you?
That was me.
What religion was the Ottoman Empire?
Muslim. Islamic.
Okay, so are you saying that the Christians was in Egypt and then the Muslims came there and pushed them out?
Yes, that's a
You
fact.
didn't know that Egypt and freaking Lebanon were Christian countries. They were the Switzerland of North Africa. You didn't know?
And
You
even
need to go back
Turkey,
and
when the Byzantine Empire was rolling over Turkey, so it was Constantinople and God damn it, what is the fucking city?
Antioch.
Yeah, and so they were Christian. That was part of the heart of Eastern Rome. So they were Christian, and then the Muslims, they did.
They
take
took
over
that
by
beautiful church and turned it into
Yeah,
a mosque.
Let me help.
Sophia, we can look at all of the
Yeah.
different. We can look at the. Yes, we can look at the cathedrals that are beautiful. That exist. Hold on. That exist in Turkey today. Those were built by fucking Christians. They converted them to fucking mosques.
Okay,
Like I
I see what y'all saying. Wait, hold on, because I'm the one that asked the question, Amar. Hold on.
No, King, hold on. Look,
All right, go ahead.
we have the church's history. The original church started in Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria being Egypt. So yes,
What original
definitely
church?
the Muslim. I can't hear you when I'm talking. Okay, so I just needed to clear that up. We have the history of church. We know where the church started.
Egyptians were amongst one of the first goddamn Christians, and they're literally reduced to a minority in their own fucking homeland.
You ever heard of
Can I say
Coptic
something?
Christians?
Are y'all saying that the people who believe in the Bible are y'all saying that they are Christians? Is that what you mean?
What?
Are you saying that if you believe in the Bible, that you are Christian?
No, I'm saying the people that participated in a Christian church and were a Christian group, okay, all of North Africa and the Levant at one point, were Christian.
So
That's a fucking fact. Now,
Okay.
you had these fucking savages that came from the Arabian Peninsula. They came in, they did it by the sword. Okay. It not just by the sword. I mean, to be honest.
No, that's what it was. Okay, all right. So
There's taxation on
this is why I would understand. Just because you believe in the Bible doesn't mean that you're Christian. Do you understand what I'm saying?
no.
I'm talking about the fucking
It doesn't
people
matter.
that identified as Christian.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, and let me add on. Okay, there were Indian temples as well destroyed by Muslim empires. Okay, and recently got.
India was conquered by the British. What are you talking about?
What you don't know shit. Okay.
Who are you talking about?
Wait, are you saying India was not wait, hold on. Did you say India was not conquered by the British?
He said not conquered by the Islam, but it was. You can check the history before British. Who was ruling there.
This man's an idiot.
No, he's not. He's actually like, look, when I told you that you believing in yourself is a good thing, but
No, listen, bro. The Arabs did not totally conquer India, bro. It didn't happen.
Okay, listen.
Islam conquered. Okay, Islam obviously had a foothold in India. That's why they ended up breaking up into Pakistan and
India, yeah, exactly.
Bengal, all of these
India.
fucking places.
Exactly, and let me tell you this fact. Okay, Delhi Sultanate came. Okay, Mughal Empire came. They were all Islamic conquerors. Okay, They came here, destroyed temples, and built mosques on top of it. Okay, and recently, like a decade ago, a mob came and destroyed the mosque and rebuilt the temple again there.
Okay, so if y'all were totally conquered by the Arabs, bro, there would not be a separation.
What are we talking about? Okay, they conquered for like a century, for 2 centuries and a half. They were there. They were ruling. Do you know about Babur, Akbar, Aurangzeb? Okay, they were Islamic conquerors.
Whether you, no disrespect, you gotta slow down just a little bit.
Okay. You can just check the history. How many years, how many centuries did Mughal Empire? Mughal Empire is typically, you know, Taj Mahal, right? Taj Mahal. Who was building?
Yeah, Taj Mahal, yeah.
Who built the Taj Mahal? It was the Mughal Empire. And who were the Mughal Empire? They were Muslims. Okay, before the British, okay, India was under the Mughal Empire.
Okay. All right.
He's trying to
Copy.
say-
I see what you're saying.
What he's trying to say is that there were multiple Islamic empires that have conquered multiple countries in the Middle East and also in North Africa and in Europe.
Have you ever been to the Vatican? Have you ever been to the Vatican? You can see the famous, there's artwork by Raphael that shows the battles, the Battle of Ostia. It's a beautiful painting. It's really huge. It's at the Vatican if you ever, it's the battle, the Saracen Arab battle with the Christians held the Moors.
Oh yeah, well they repainted.
Have you been to the Vatican to see that?
Of course. Why? Are you serious?
I'm asking if
Of
you've ever
course,
seen the
most
painting.
people haven't.
Why would I go to a pagan? No, of course not. Never.
Wow. What's
Okay,
wrong
so
with
you
being
haven't
pagan?
been there.
Yeah,
You haven't been to the Vatican.
But I'm just curious, why
Let
is
me
it
clear
that
this up, guys.
we can look at Islam? Here's the problem with Islam: is we can try to be focused on the United States and the West and Western Europe, and they'll say Islamophobia, all whatever stupid fucking bullshit. But the reality is that Islam has never gotten along or played nice with any religion. That is just the fact.
I can agree with that.
And so,
I'm not gonna disagree with that though.
So don't, okay, you are doing, you see, because of communication, okay, and technology built by the Jews, okay, actually they built everything. The technology we exist at, they are the pioneers of Nobel Prizes, okay?
Whoa.
Yeah, okay, they are the pioneers of Nobel Prizes. Who got the most number of Nobel Prizes, even though they were a fraction of the...
What was Nobel? What?
It's a Nobel Prize. Do you know about Nobel Prize?
Nobel.
I don't care how to say his name. What, is he Jew? Was he Jewish?
No.
No, I'm talking about
Stop
the
it. Google it right now.
Yeah, sure. The Nobel Prizes. Okay.
Look how quick she just lied.
You are really illiterate guy. Okay.
The first question is, was he Jewish? I believe he asked that.
So,
Okay.
King, what I think you fundamentally don't understand is what's called apostolic succession and the spreading of Christianity, and then also then the Muslims coming in, not only going after the Christians, but the Jews as well. That's been going on for thousands.
And they
No. I agree with you, brother. I'm not arguing that. That's not what I was arguing. What I was arguing was with Amar was that they weren't totally conquered by the Muslims. That did not happen.
What are you talking? They tried to. Okay.
And they failed.
no, they weren't conquered for like
They were
800
conquered.
years
They
or
were
so
not
by the
conquered.
Muslims, or 700 years. I forget what it was in the Iberian Peninsula, and you had the Grand Inquisition. Now, yes, they kicked out the Jews as well. Now, when it comes to the people of the Iberian Peninsula, if you were to ask, when it comes to the Catholics, what was the most conservative church? It was the Spanish. They treated Jews like shit. The Muslims came in, they treated them both like shit, but they treated the Jews better than how they were being treated. That's the one occasion I can come up with where Muslims were not, I guess, horrible.
Let me finish this, okay? King, the Mughal Empire ruled India for like 300 years, 3 centuries. They could not convert us. Okay, Okay, they failed to convert. They tried to destroy temples. They tried to, okay, do you know why they failed?
But that's
But
my
they
point,
couldn't
though,
convert
brother.
the Spanish either. That's why the
That's
Spanish.
literally my point, though, brother. Like, that's what I'm saying. You got, like,
Okay, let me finish.
how do I put it? Like,
Let me finish. Okay, do you know
Go
why
ahead,
they
go
couldn't
ahead.
convert? Do you know why they
To this
couldn't
cat.
convert people? Okay, you can destroy a temple. You can destroy a deity or a pagan deity or stone. But people here worship the sun. People here worship the river, and you cannot destroy the sun. You cannot destroy the river because you can destroy anything. But people here believe in a lot of stuff simultaneously, and you cannot destroy everything. And that's why you couldn't convert.
yeah, but that's what I was trying to say to you, bro. Like, put it like this. To me, conquer is total subjugation. You get what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. You tried your best trying to destroy
Yeah,
temples.
that's what they did. That's what they did in the Iberian Peninsula. But according to some, I've heard Muslims say that that was a great travesty that these colonizing Europeans kicked this peaceful group of Muslims out of their own lands. Oh my God! And that's something we should be sorry for.
I'll tell you one more thing. Okay, they were able to succeed partially, and that partial succeeding resulted in Pakistan and Bangladesh.
You gotta
Oh,
say.
and by the way, if you want to know the history of the Nobel Prizes, this was Alfred Nobel, and he was Swedish, and he invented dynamite, and then he wanted to show everyone that he really wasn't the merchant of death. So he took his fortune and created the Nobel Peace Prize. He was a Swedish inventor. And what else do you want to know about Alfred Nobel?
Are you saying he was born in Sweden?
Yes, he's Swedish. Was Swedish. That's why they give out the prizes in Sweden.
He was a Luciferian.
Oh.
Okay, and they give Nobel
And and you're right, there's about 26 to 28% have been given to Jewish people.
7% of people who are
Including
1% of the global population.
the person that is probably the reason that none of us are in iron lungs right now.
But I'm just curious though. So King, do you think that Jews could just fake funk and be where they are without being genuinely intelligent?
Wait. When did I ever say that the Jewish people weren't smart? I never.
Because you're not against Hitler and all of that stuff, so you think that there's
They
something
have
bad.
contributed. Let me finish. They have contributed.
I understand. Look,
Let me finish, King. Okay.
Well, hold on, I'm asking him a question.
Yeah, first of all, war is war. You get what I'm saying? So
Thank you.
I'm not put it like this. I don't blame Jewish people for taking over in the behind the scenes if you let them. You know what I'm saying? I get it.
Okay, these are people who contributed to modern scientific technology. The reason you are able to speak in this.
I'm not gonna lie to you, brother.
Let me finish. Okay, the reason you are able to speak. The reason you are able to speak in this clubhouse is because of a Jew. Okay, the reason of this technology, called the internet, and everything you know are built by them. Even the Facebook, Instagram, or even the clubhouse. If you look at every major technology.
Get back off. Come on. It's yes. On a personal basis,
First of all,
the
not
Jewish
only
thing
is
has
that
added a
not
lot,
free.
but maybe it had to do with Silicon Valley and the entrepreneurial innovation network that we had there, and we attracted people from all over the world to focus on technology. And I don't think religion was a core tenet of why these inventions were created.
I mean, he's Indian, bro, and India and Israel are right and left hands. But secondly, no, I don't. It's not
Why do you think?
I don't have don't mistake me understanding how the world works.
Yo, put me in the queue, please.
I have a
you get
question
what I'm
for
saying?
King. I have a question.
Or do you guys fucking have a queue, or you guys just, I don't understand what you're doing, mods.
These are racist.
Who's speaking right now? Who is
Somebody said they had a question.
May I?
And Ray wanted to go. Okay,
Yeah, go
Glow.
after Glow.
I know Glow wants to go. Go ahead, Glow.
King, why do you think that the Indian people are so supportive of the Jewish people or the people of Israel um, in entirety? Because we have Muslims, Christians, and Jewish people in Israel living there together in peace. So why do you think that they have that? And why do you think I, as an Iranian, am also supportive of them?
All right. First of all, the reason why India is so like buddy with Israel is because of the upper echelon of India is paid a lot of money by the Israel Democrat.
Do you know why we support Israel?
I just told you why.
I'll tell you why the exact reason we support.
I just told you why.
I know that's not the reason. I'll tell you why we support.
That's the only reason why the cash system is
Point,
good.
Lamar, you got to let him finish his point so that you can.
Yeah, let him
respond
finish.
and-
Yeah, literally, like they muted me, but they didn't say. But that's why. That's the only reason why the caste system is still in India today, is because it is perpetrated by upper echelon in Israel,
Oh my God.
who pays the top of the caste system to keep India divided.
Oh, so Jews are now responsible for the caste system in India. This is amazing. Pepe, could you add that to the list of all the
That's
things
not what
that
I'm
were...
saying. That's not. I didn't say that at
Yeah, I
all.
mean, the caste system predates even European,
literally.
Could you
color
just add that
or
one to
any
the
of that
list,
shit.
guys?
Hold on.
Okay,
That is very retarded. Like, the caste
That's
system
not
is
what
so
I
old.
said. I said that that's the reason why it continues today.
Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. But the caste system is so old that literally there are genetic differences between the fucking castes. Like, this is so far before European colonization.
I'm the Indian here.
I didn't say the Jewish people started.
It's fine.
Like what?
Why is everybody talking over each other though? Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? I like that shit. I'm finna start sniping y'all niggas, man. Y'all better chill the fuck out.
My bad. I was just trying to defend what I said because the words were put into my mouth. I did not say that the Jewish people started the caste system. I'm saying the reason why it continues today is because they are paid a lot of money to continue the same system right now. Period.
Are you done?
That's just,
Let me finish. My turn.
That's the first time you made it.
that's literally why Delhi was on.
Yeah, we don't have to hear it a third time. But
Okay,
let's hear from Amar. Yeah, let's hear from Amar.
Okay, yeah. So even the caste system and everything predates Jewish history. That's why. Okay, you're saying that they are paying them, right? Okay, that's not the case. Okay, I am from a lower caste. Okay, I am the most bottom of them all in the caste system. And let me tell you why we love Israel. It's because in the 1919 war against Pakistan, okay, no one gave us intelligence, no one gave us technology to fight them. And during that war, the historic war, okay, they gave us intelligence and technology, okay, in the time of need when no one else did. Okay, that is one of the major reason why we find them allies, because okay, during the time when no one helped us, they helped us with war. Okay, and that's why we love them. And your king saying that okay, they are perpetuating okay the caste system. No, okay, because of historic okay things like okay the Brahmins who are upper caste, okay, they were held they had a lot of land, okay, they were good at okay government employees. But what's happening now is the government is actively okay funding lower caste, okay, giving reservations in jobs, government jobs, okay, paying their college fees. The lower caste have no, they don't have to pay college fees, and they get money for studying. Okay, they get to study in top universities, okay, without paying anything, without that much merit, okay, because they are trying to undo, the government is actively trying to undo what the historical precedent there was, Okay, so the idea that okay the Jews are paying to keep the caste system is ridiculous because that is not what the government is doing.
India has always protected the Jewish people that have lived there, and they've been there since the fall of the Second Temple. Going back, actually, there are stories that it went back to the time of King David, even for the fall of the first, the first temple. They've been very, very kind to the Jewish people that have lived there.
They came in my hometown. Okay, they came in my hometown. They came in my city, and we still have Jew town with a synagogue here, which is actively maintained. Okay, we have multiple synagogues here, and okay, people lived in peace. Okay, and even the Muslims came here. We built them the first mosque in the entire India during the time of the Muhammad. Okay, and even the Saint Thomas the Apostle came during that period of Jesus, and we gave them okay a church. Okay, we can still see the church here. We can still see the mosque. We were kind to everyone, and we respect. Okay, and when they were about to leave, okay, to Israel, we were friends. They came as guests and left as friends. That's what we remember of Jews. Okay, okay, they came, did trade, okay, participated in the army, okay, and they left. Okay.
Mark, what's your last name?
Yeah. Hey, real quick, hey, King, you can say what you have to say, but I'm gonna have to go after you. I've been waiting patiently.
So I don't have a last
We don't
We
need
don't
last
dox.
name.
We don't dox anyone in here.
No last name.
My bad.
Hey, real quick.
I didn't mean it like
since
that.
we're going to go to Ray. I just wanted to remind everyone, though, that when we started this conversation, King said that he was superior to all other white race and all other religions. And so
other black
he's
people
been able
too.
to live
Don't
up
get
to
it
that.
twisted. Don't get it
Go
twisted.
ahead, Ray.
I mean, well, hey, that's a prerogative. Hey, so what? You know what I mean? But anyways, with that being said, I was gonna talk about that situation with Israel and whatnot. It's like this, man. I'll say this with this state of Israel. You know, as much as it looks like they control and run the world, which they are part of the Luciferian branch, you know, a pretty high one at that. They really don't run the banks. They really don't control every aspect. Which, you know, they've been kicked out of damn near every country they've been in, right? So you can't be controlling everybody's shit.
Except us, okay?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying every fucking state, but they've been kicked out of pretty much every, like 100, over 100 countries, which shows you, because they're very hateful people, specifically dealing with their government, but that's just what it is.
That's funny.
Yeah, I find it funny hatred's funny to me. But anyways, so with that being said, look, I'll say this. You have to go and get to the root of the problem, right? The people that control the state of Israel is the damn Vatican and the Catholic Church. Okay, and you understand the history of the banks and the people who created the banks. Someone was just mentioning that specific order who started the banks in the first place. When you get to the money, you start to find characters like Marco Bergoglio. You start to find out guys like Jacques de Molay and certain of these other individuals who, through the shadows, run the state of Israel today. Which a lot of these Israelis and these people who claim to be Jews, they don't know. They don't know this. They just a lot of these people like Abby and these other characters that are around, normal, these people are pawns, you know what I mean? So overall, like, Israel is nothing more than, a project that they created, no different than America. And, once you start to understand, the reason why I'm bringing this up, and it is relevant to the topic, is that all these different little things, whether it be reparations, the war that's going on, the people that's starting this shit is the same old people who's been starting wars since the 1500s, since the Protestant Reformation, right? It is the Jesuit order, which is the military faction under the order of the Vatican and the Catholic Church. They're welcome in every fucking country. You understand? So I think, yeah, you can talk about these damn Jews and whatnot, and they do a lot of hateful things, they do a lot of dastardly things, but, you have to get to the root of the problem. You can't just chop off the leaves and think that's going to save and solve every other people's problem. You got to point to the Catholic Church, which is the reason why you have people who, a certain person that's on the stage who works for a specific criminal organization that is sponsored by this same order. All right. So with that being said, and I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna go on mute. I would never be fucking jealous of anybody supporting a satanic, Luciferian, Babylonian worshiping. All right, Dagon, Nimrod worshiping pieces of shit like the Jesuit order and the Roman Catholic Church and these pedophile fucking priests. All right, of the Catholic order. You know what I'm saying? So.
I got a follow-up, Char. Yeah, okay, follow-up. When you were going to start this, did you have like this revelation of brilliance that came about? You're like, man, I'm about to make the cleverest, smartest take on Clubhouse, and I'm really going to stick it to those Jews and Catholics. Were you like really like thinking like this was going to land really well?
Deal with the subject matter. With the subject matter.
I mean, listen, Joe, to answer your question, right?
Were you
I'm
like,
just
oh,
here
man,
for anybody that has.
I'm so brilliant. I'm gonna really get this on them this
let me tell you
time.
something, Charles.
Damn, if I wasn't brilliant, he wouldn't bring me up. You know what I mean?
Charles,
But anyway, Joe.
The only person who's brilliant here.
Amara, real quick, I'm gonna answer this question, and you got it. Just real quick, just real brief. Just give me like 30 seconds. Yeah, so Joe, I'm gonna answer this in like less than 35 seconds. So with that being said, Joe, you sitting up here acknowledging me and everything, if what I said doesn't have any kind of merit or weight, you would sit up here and move on. In other words, it does perk your heart to a certain degree because this whole Anglo-Saxon Saxon bullshit Christianity that you think of, it's not real. And when you understand gematria and you start to understand certain things about this world, and you've done extensive research on the Luciferians, because I have encountered these devils before on multiple occasions, and they're fucking paid off bitch ass fucking people, right? That they have in these different religions, even the religion that I am. You start to find out that all of these clowns, all right, are under the order of the Jesuits and the Catholic Church, including your faggot ass rabbis, all right, your faggot ass Israelite niggas, all right, like the biblical smoke motherfuckers, they're all Catholic owned, all right. These fucking Christians like Joel Osteen's gay ass, they're all fucking under the thumb of the Catholic order.
I get what you're trying to say.
Joe, do you control me? I just found that out.
Yeah. I mean, look, I do realize that the Catholics, we have 2.4 billion people. We're in how many countries? 75, 80 countries or something like that. Probably more than that today. I realize the power and influence of the Catholic Church. In fact, the Catholic Church has done more to convert people to follow Jesus Christ than any other Christian church has. We're very successful.
They also killed Jesus too, though, brother.
Catholics? That's a new one. That's a fucking new one.
What's the full name? What's the full name of the Catholic Church?
I've never heard someone accuse Catholic of.
That's called the Roman Catholic Church. Pontius Pilate was Roman, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
He wasn't a Catholic, though, bro.
They weren't Catholic.
I guess he wasn't a Catholic. I guess this low IQ conversation, y'all. Until this goes back.
Did Catholic exist then?
No, this goes back to something we were talking about earlier. How white men.
No, did Catholics even exist during the time of Jesus? No, they didn't.
Don't really have this collectiveness. Yeah, so no, this goes back, and I'm going to relate them both. This kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, with white men don't have this collective perception of each other, where there is nuance, and clearly, the Romans that shoved the spear in the side of Jesus when he died were not Catholics. I know that
Catholics didn't even exist at the time, right?
But Ray
But
seems to
but
Ray
what?
seems to think so.
Well,
He
how
said,
did they change? How did they change from the Caesar to the clergy? That's what one needs to focus on if you're going to deal with
yeah,
the
no, that occurs about 600 years later.
Yeah.
No, I know about that.
Yeah, Joe. So real quick, just real briefly, man, real quick. Do you understand in D.C., right, in D.C., Washington, there is something called Rome on the Potomac? The point is that why would that phrase be in the capital or a monument of the capital of the United States? And you also have to ask yourself, why is the Pope revered by all religions throughout the whole fucking world? You understand what the word Catholicism or Catholic means, Joe? Do you know what that means?
The Universal Church. The Universal Church.
Exactly. So it's universalism. They're unifying everybody. So,
Yeah,
I mean, I will say though,
what it meant was hold on. What it means is we don't discriminate against nationality, race. We don't discriminate if you're a Jew or if you're not a Jew. So I mean, like, that's what universal means. Is it's a church that there wasn't a bloodline or hereditary things like that.
yeah, you know what? When it deals with, and that's my point, Joe. When you deal with these religions,
But that's not true, though.
Right. When you deal with, let me just say this, and you guys got it, because I want to hit a point in a note that Joe is not aware of. I don't know if he believes in this Bible Belt Christian bullshit, right? But you know, which says that's entirely different Christianity that was taught during the medieval times, right? But beside the point, when you look at the Torah law, when you look at the things that are written in the very holy 1611 King James Bible, right, with the full books in them, even if you have your own 66 books, right, those laws forbid universalism. It's actually inclusive. It's actually exclusive, not inclusive, right? So when you get to the Catholic Church, including all these different ideologies and different people, is literally going against, right, the tenets of the scriptures, right? And some of the
Catholic Church also took out books of the Bible too, brother.
Yeah, I know, and they also have their own perverted aspect of what they believe the Bible is, which is the reason why you have the so-called Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, who pervert the word of the Most High and bringing all kinds of damnable heresies and shit. But my point, and I'm gonna end here, Joe. But my point is, right, is the fact that this whole situation that you're trying to defend with these Catholics, they control the CIA. They even put in your fucking movies like Jack Ryan, a Central Intelligence agent, where they sit up here and tell you, because they put it in their put their bullshit in their media, and the CIA does control the media, so the Jesuits do. You know, you'll see the 201 number all throughout. You see the number 144 all throughout. If you understand your gematria coding, numerology, but yeah, I mean, like they said, I mean, the Catholics are the Swiss run the world, but they're humble about it.
No, all right, wait, hold on, but I will. Yes, that's true. Not all Catholics are like evil, though.
Wow.
Hold on. So I need some clarification here, Greg. Real simple. Is it the Jews or the Catholics that run everything?
The Jews are.
I'm
answering. And I'm going on an indefinite mute, and you guys got it. What's purported, all right? What's purported, Joe, all right, is that the Jews run the world. That's the bullshit lie that they like to tell you. And of course, you have certain Jews that actually believe that. But the truth is that the Catholics, the Vatican, and the Pope, and the Jesuits, like Pete Hegseth, who has a Templar Knight fucking cross on his fucking arm, cats like that, they're the ones controlling shit. All right, so yeah, those are the people that run the world, and I'm going on indefinite mute after this. When you have certain people in Hollywood, like the dude that played, that was the son of Sanford and Son, the son, not Red Fox, but the son in that film 2 years ago. Because he passed away. I'm pretty sure he got fucking a hit put on him, but he started to reveal certain things about Hollywood, and I can bring out many other different individuals. And some of them will talk about Jews, but other ones will talk about the real meat and things.
Let me tell you something.
He said up here and said, he said this when he was bringing out everything in Hollywood. He said the enemy is not who you think. According to what I've seen throughout my time in Hollywood, the people that control the world and run this society, run Hollywood. He could have said the Jews, but he said the Jesuits. Of all people. And there's other examples of that. So a lot of these guys
to answer your question,
are.
it's the
I'm done.
Catholics.
Okay,
unity.
and
So-
I was in the
So
queue.
we'll go to you next. I just need to make Abby, I've been promoted to the head of the line.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, can you get me a meeting with the Pope? At this point, I know he went to Villanova, but like, if you guys know all this shit and control it, that's a lot of power. And I was talking a few hours ago about our futures bets. Like maybe there's some info there.
Well, wait, hold up. You're in a Kabbalah. Wait, Abby, you're in a
Yeah, I
Kabbalah,
love
right?
this, Joe. Joe, you've been
You're in
promoted.
a Kabbalah. You should know about gematria.
Hold on, Ray. No, you said you were going to go on indefinite mute. So you got to hold your word. Amar, you were next.
Okay, the whole reason we are able to talk in Clubhouse, Zoom meeting, or the reason that Char could talk here is because of Danny Cohen, who is a Jewish. Without him, you would not be able to use Clubhouse. Do you know that?
Okay, do you want me to go over it again?
That's it.
Go ahead.
Okay? The reason you were able to talk here, or in any voice call or telecommunication, is because of Danny. Okay?
He's correct.
Shenanigans.
Hey,
A
look,
black woman created
Sam,
GPS.
sorry.
Without GPS, you would not be able to connect to cell phone towers. So what? Like, what do you mean? We can
I don't
nitpick
know. Do you
anything.
use Waze? Do you use Waze?
It takes a.
look,
Are you-
come on.
Do you use Waze?
That's pretty.
Okay,
That's
you just have to
Sasuke?
communicate.
she's a simple
See, I think I have that one on you, Joe.
She's a simple. No, but just, if I could piggyback off go ahead, Joe. My bad, bro.
Well, what happened to Bell? Wasn't it Bell that invented the telephone?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was hard lines, bro.
Yeah, well, no, but the whole concept of the telephone was
It's not
Bell
about the telephone, it's about internet talking.
Do you claim him?
Over the internet.
Yeah, what I wanted to know is Bell a Jew or a Catholic? I got it.
You probably have him. We have Dell. You've got Bell.
So you also have Motorola.
that was that you have to have a hard line. You have to be connected via wires to do that. Like the tapping shit. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Graham.
What am I talking about? The tapping shit. Y'all know
I
what the
think
fuck.
we have voicemail too. We created.
Well, Bell and Tesla, they were like, contemporaries. They were around the 19th century, and they were, kind of rivals, inspiring each other, thriving off each other.
Well, here's a little bit of trivia. Yeah, here's a little bit of trivia. The original centennial, 100-year anniversary of our country, the celebration was in the city of Philadelphia, and they had an exhibition of inventions, and Alexander Graham Bell showed his new invention of the telephone at Memorial Hall on July 4th, 1876.
For the record, Alexander Graham Bell was a Protestant, so we got to give the Protestant ethic.
What about Edison? Do you get Edison?
Hold on.
Wait, who?
Oh, he's just a dude they named a city in Jersey after. There's no one that important.
He didn't do much.
He didn't do much. I don't know. I can't. It's a little dark in here. I have to put the light on. Could you tell me what Edison?
Yeah, he stole everything from Tesla.
Do you think he stole from Tesla?
Yeah, he stole from everybody, but that doesn't matter.
But
And
he
what
got a
was
city.
he?
Tesla didn't get a city.
What was he?
Thomas Edison was a Protestant.
Another
Oh,
Protestant.
He was a Protestant. Damn, these Protestants and their work ethic.
Okay. How about electricity? Can we go to Franklin? What was Franklin? He was
He didn't
a
create
deist.
anything.
Yeah, Tesla was a Christian.
He was a
He didn't
polytheist.
I think
He didn't create anything.
Edmund Randolph was not though.
Hey guys, can you name any Muslims that created anything?
No.
Yes, come on. This is
Yeah, their architecture is like next level.
being the number of people in Silicon Valley. There's a lot of smart people that added to creating lots of different inventions. And there's Indians, there's Muslims, there's Jewish, there's Russians, there's people from Japan.
Indians, okay.
There's people from all over the world.
Yeah, but
Many
you cannot
contributors.
include.
There were people
Okay, you
from
can't
Pakistan.
include Indians. Okay, you can include Indians. People
Oh, we
why-
got Google. I forgot about that. We got Google.
Yeah, and who's the CEO of Google?
Just for the record, Franklin was
Imagine that.
Franklin was raised Puritan, Congregationalist, a Calvinist Protestant, but later on, just identified as a deist.
You need to understand.
What?
Okay, you need to understand something. Okay, I'll tell you something. Jews, Christians, and Indians have contributed to technology, but you cannot say that about Muslims.
What?
Well, you know, there were Indian inventors that actually.
Yeah, exactly. You can
Hold on.
you can point to Indians and Jewish and Christians for all the modern technology, but I can't name anyone who is Muslim who has done that.
I mean, you should probably Google it. They did something, bro. Oh wait, actually, mathematics, bro.
I mean, their
Mathematics-
architecture.
Numbers are Arabic.
That'd be
No, it's
Sumerian.
just symbols. Okay, they were invented in India long
Their
ago.
architecture is top tier, very mathematical. Like you
Yeah,
have to go visit.
numbers, bro. Numbers come
Numbers
from
were
there.
invented in India. The numbers we use, the 1, 2, 3 were the symbols were used from Arabic. That's it.
Shenanigans. I'm not even like I know that for a fact. Mathematics comes from the Arabs.
Lol, mathematics come from the Indians.
It comes from Samaria.
Numbers? No.
Yeah, numbers came
Well, okay, all right. So let me. The modern day numbers, like the modern day numbers we
It's
use.
just
That's
the
what I mean.
symbols. It's just the symbols. Okay.
Yeah, the symbols themselves come
And
from it.
those symbols were stolen from India. Okay, shut up.
Brother, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, never mind.
Just Google
If
it.
that's all you got, we'll give you numbers. We won't take them away from you.
They stole it from India. They stole the numbers from India. Okay, just Google it.
That's not true at all, brother. At all.
Yeah, the idea of math and numbers came from 3 different places, independent of each
Like
other.
what?
Samaria, India, and China.
Yeah,
They all
exactly.
kinda developed
Okay.
Wait, are you reading that right now? Hold on. What'd you say, William?
All 3 of those areas, those civilizations, all developed some level of mathematics and numbers independent of each other.
Repeat
all
the
around
place. Repeat the place.
same basic time period. India and China all kind of invented their own version of mathematics and numbers.
I
And the
have a
Arabic
question
people
for
copied it.
Ahmad.
The numbers we use right now: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Were
7, 8,
copied from
9.
India.
Okay, the question is, who invented the zero?
India.
How do you invent a number?
Yeah,
Ahmad,
that's what
Amar, let me ask you a question.
Hey, wait, Joe, I think you get Galileo, right?
No, Aryabhatta invented zero.
Amar, what about the Mughals, the Muslim Indians?
The
The Mongols, yeah.
The Mughals were conquerors. They were not okay. You need to understand.
Yeah, they weren't native to India. We got that part.
Okay. You
And
need
the
to understand
Greeks.
these
Don't
inventions.
forget the Greeks.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
need
all
to
the
understand
way and
Nobody cares about the
you need
Greeks.
to
Euclid?
understand the inventions.
Really?
Okay.
yeah, everybody
Guys,
cares
listen.
about how many.
Guys, listen.
Man, stop cutting them off.
The Muslims came to ever existed in 1400, right? 1400 AD. But we invented these things long back. Okay.
Omar,
So wait, let me ask him
Omar, it
another
was
question.
multiple.
Hold
It
on,
was
Zero.
multiple. It was multiple. many cultures and religions that had developed mathematics, but the first people that did that were the Babylonians, 2000.
Okay, we are not saying
The
that.
Sumerians.
Hold
Was
on,
it Sumer? No? Was it in
They were
Sumeria?
not
It was the
They were,
Sumerians.
yeah, Sumerians.
But
the
around the same
Babylonians.
time, the Indians and the Chinese had their own versions as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the Babylonians were not Muslim. The ancient Egyptians were not Muslim. Ancient Greeks were also not Muslim back then. Well, never.
What
The
were they?
Aryabhata in Hindu,
Polytheists.
they were Hindu and they were also not Muslim. And then Muhammad ibn Musa, he was a Muslim, but this was 780 CCE.
In 780, there
Wait, back then, were the Egyptians white or black?
Depends on which time period you're talking about.
Okay, Glow.
The one she's talking about. I'm talking about
The
one.
Kushites were black.
Glow.
Folks in the Hyksos were lighter skinned.
Okay, Ahmad, one more question, please. One more question. Okay, so you said the Mughals and they were Muslim, they were conquerors. So you're telling me outside of their castles where they can measure the stars and they have like different installations and rulers and things that measure the planets, you're telling me that the Mughals didn't invent that?
No,
People had it
Mughals
before?
did not invent that. Okay. The Mughals
Did
did
not
not
invent what? I'm confused.
Okay.
So
okay,
outside
we
of
have
their
this-
castles, they have like almost like playgrounds of different measurements and different things that measure
Actually,
certain planetary bodies.
Okay, I'll tell you what it is. It's astronomy. Okay, it is astronomical schools. There are schools of astronomy in different places of India. Okay, they study about stars. They study about astronomical stuff. They study about planets. And we have the concept of 9. Okay, that is different, but planets and the Earth being round way back before anyone ever knew. Okay, we don't consider the Earth as flat. Okay, we knew earlier on. It was a discovery that in the West that happened. With the whoever.
Shenanigans. Galileo said that. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
Galileo studied after the Indians. That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, y'all landed a shuttle on the moon too, right?
What?
No, you guys had some great inventions. Like if anybody wants to study the Saginaw bows, which is what the speaker company is named after, Indian scientists that
We are scientists, and okay. And if you want to talk about numbers, okay, the Glow said, okay, it was 780, and the Muslim religion didn't happen until 1480. Okay, so the person.
Did you just Google that?
Yeah, no, everybody knows that 1480 the Muslims came.
Everybody doesn't know
That's
shit.
Copernicus. Just speaking of astronomy, who gets it? Joe gets.
That's
The
correct.
White
Greeks. No, he wasn't a Greek.
No, he was like European,
Italian or something.
Italian or Polish.
Okay,
Italian, I
let's
think.
fact check. Let's fact check. When did Copernicus
I'm
find?
gonna give it to Joe.
Catholics also invented the calendar that we all use.
Gregorian calendar that we follow today.
Copernicus.
Yeah, which should show
How do you
you
call them?
something, right? We don't follow the Jewish calendar where you go by the phase of the moon. We're on a solar calendar, which is based off the pagan little calendars of was it Monday through Sunday and whatnot.
No, Sunday.
Yes. Yeah, we have Sunday, right? Sunday is for sun worship. Saturday's for Saturn worship. Where do these motherfuckers come from? They come from Rome. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't, Joe, you don't see this shit, but you're calling me a lunatic. Ain't that a bitch?
Don't forget, a majority of the Supreme Court is Catholic too.
I mean, they are. Oh, you know who else? Hey, you know who else supports the Jesuits? The president does. Donald Trump. Donald Trump himself is a Jesuit educated motherfucker himself, and he also was wearing some weird satanic vampire looking Roman Catholic garments, supporting this shit in one of his videos.
Who gives a fuck? Like, I'm gonna be honest, bro.
Who gives a fuck?
Because
What do you mean who gives a fuck? You should give a fuck.
why?
What the hell? Okay, so who runs the banks?
Who gives a fuck?
Oh, so it doesn't matter. Who
I
runs
don't
the
care
things.
at all.
So you don't care about
They
people's
not,
taxes.
bro. That shit ain't gonna stop me, bro.
Oh, it ain't gonna stop you. So if they sit up here and say, you know what, this fat nigga named King, I'm King LeBron. I'm gonna shut his shit down because I don't like him because he's saying some shit that I don't like. What are you gonna do then?
Well, am I not supposed to be their arch enemy as an Iranian? How come I did get a loan? What are you talking?
To be honest, I think you're Jewish. You're not.
Hold on, I have a clarifying question. Hold on. King, if I was to talk to you like that, I assume you would be somewhat offended coming from a white man. Why do you let Char talk to you like that?
What do you mean?
Char just talks to you like a little bitch. Why do you let him talk to you like that?
I don't.
Like to a lot of people.
To be honest, bro, I don't. It's gonna. My belief system does not allow people who I deem less than me, people who are less than me. Like, why would I? Like, that shit don't mean nothing to me, bro.
Wait, I thought
I'm a
everyone was
grown-
less than you. Didn't you say
Yeah, literally.
several times? Everyone.
Now you understand. So why would I give a fuck about with somebody who I don't deem on my level? Like, why would I give a fuck, bro?
Well, you're definitely right. We're not on two. We're entirely two different intellectual levels. That's for damn sure. I guarantee you don't have a library like me. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you half the motherfuckers on this stage have a. You know what? Wait.
Let me ask you a question.
So Marshall got a library. I think
Wait a
Marshall
minute.
has some.
Because you read books, that makes you smart.
Othello got some knowledge. You know what I mean? But
Oh my goodness.
when it comes to someone, you know, who boasts of knowledge, like who's this nigga's name? King Laban, all praise in the Most High. Usually that's what Israelites say. So I don't know if you're an Israelite. I don't know if you sat up here and watched some videotapes. And I'm gonna watch a couple of teaching videos. Probably saw one of my teaching videos. I'm gonna watch 200 videos and say I'm an elder now. That's what a lot of stupid.
I'm an elder.
Pseudo intellectual cats like you like to do. Kind of like, you know, in the realm like where Abby's at, right? She thinks because she's been around rabbis and I know a verse in the Torah. I had the ideas, bro. Like that's supposed to mean you don't know shit.
Why did you just talk like
I
that?
have a question.
Are you're a grown ass man?
That's
That's a really interesting comment, isn't it?
Are you
Pardon,
like?
Beaver?
Are there levels to like the BHI order? Like, where do you rank?
Well, there's no order to. First and foremost, there's groups and sects just like any other, just like Christianity. But if you're asking like people who have certain knowledge, I mean, certain people regard me as one of the top guys. But that's
So, like,
one of the stories for another day.
If you got arrested and went to prison, like you would be like the top dog. Like you'd be given orders and stuff.
Oh wait, what are you implying that Israelites go to jail? I don't know.
I'm just saying there's groups. Like, would you run the show like on the show on HBO? Would you run like the clan?
No, I'd be a fuck. Listen, I might not make it in prison. You know why? Because I'm not joining no group. I hate all you motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck if you're Aryan Nation, if you're black, if you're fucking cartel. All of you motherfuckers.
That's fine.
Motherfuckers ain't shit, man. That's how I feel.
I agree with you on that.
But no. On a serious note, I mean, listen, Levon. The reason why I'm giving you such hell is just you can't say some ignorant shit like that, bro. I'm only saying that to show love. So you don't give a fuck of who's controlling your Federal Reserve notes? Do you know what a Federal Reserve note is?
I don't get, brother.
So you don't care. So you don't know what a Federal Reserve note?
Not at all. I could give a. Listen.
Well, what is money then?
Listen. Nothing is gonna matter until
Jesus. That's what I'm talking about. How the fuck you see this? What I'm talking about.
All of this
you
shit.
You sit up here and say that somebody's not on your level. You don't even know what the fuck a Federal Reserve note is.
Like
you
I
don't even
said,
know what the fuck
bro.
Real money is.
Like I said, until Jesus comes back, none of this shit matters, bro.
You know what pisses me off? Just almost as much as fucking that this fake Jewish lawyer named Abby. You almost pissing me off as much
Fake
as the
Jewish
you know what I'm
lawyer.
saying? There you are.
Let's see. I've only known about Judaism because I talked to a rabbi from time to time. I'm a graduate of Jewish school, by the way. 12 years of it, of private Jewish. Yeah, I'm not even going to sit here and credential myself, but maybe we can, if Caleb still knows, we can just yap away in Hebrew and
Is it mitzvah pie? What does that mean?
Italian Mamzer, motherfucker.
Isn't that where the Jewish rabbis?
What did you ask?
Yeah, you don't want to answer
I
that.
didn't hear you.
Guys, you need to hear this, okay? The Muslim at
What is it?
1400
The mitzvah pie or something like that?
Mishpacha?
I don't know.
Mishpacha, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
But I wouldn't know
have
how
no
to
idea.
pronounce it
It's
because
something
I
like
just
that.
talked to a rabbi.
It's the practice of where the rabbis suck the penis out.
No rabbi does that, and that's a trope.
That's
And
canon. Why would there a massive herpes outbreak
So that's a pretty awful thing to say, isn't it? Why do you deny the Holocaust earlier in the room, and now you do this? Like, there's something really wrong with you. Yeah, you did.
That's weird how you put words in my
No,
mouth.
I heard your words.
Who denied the Holocaust?
I heard your words. I heard them.
Yo,
And you know, it's really disingenuous. It's disingenuous.
You're weird.
No, I'm anything but weird. But I have an ear and I listen. And I heard what you've been saying. I've also heard this very.
But that's what you guys like to do, though, you know.
Also,
because I never once denied
now
the
it's
Holocaust.
interesting that it's the Jesuits and the Jews that are the targets, and we are the problems that everybody else has in the world. Just find someone to blame other than looking into yourselves and seeing what your own
I don't blame this.
You guys are just a bunch of pawns.
shortcomings are.
You are a pawn.
So let's blame the judge.
Wait, Abby.
But
isn't
Joe,
your friend a Trump?
Timothy, can we talk about the football again or baseball?
Oh yeah,
Guys, I
another Jesuit on fucking.
Oh, so Jesuits on the NFL now?
Hell no.
Someone say some shit of some value, please. I'm tired of hearing y'all talk about nothing.
Okay, let me start. Okay, out of all the religion here, okay, Jewish people are more older than Christians and Muslims. They are the most still surviving, most earliest, right? Am I right or wrong?
No, Zoroastrians.
Wait, what did you say? They're the most what, brother?
Out of the people here, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but you don't know if there's Zoroastrians in here. Iranians might be Zoroastrians.
And let me tell you something, okay?
I'm just being factual. I'm not trying to downplay.
What did he say? What word did he say? I didn't hear
He
it.
said, out of all the religions in this room, isn't Judaism the most, like, the oldest one? And I said, well, you don't know, because there might be, like, Iranians that are Zoroastrian, and that predates Judaism.
Okay, and let me tell you something. There is someone, okay, our text, Indian texts were written at 2500 BCE. So literally, I am the person with the religion who is oldest, that is surviving. So that's what the point I wanted to make.
So you can honestly, brother, I don't. Who cares if your religion is the
Amar,
bathing cow shit?
What is your
What do you think about reparations, Amar?
What do you mean by reparations?
Are you for reparations, or are you against it, or you don't care?
What do you mean by the reparations?
So, bro, wait, you telling me you been here for 3 damn hours and you don't know what the fuck reparations are?
Honestly, I don't.
This man is here to defend the Jews, bro. That's it.
What's the definition again? What's the definition?
Somebody, someone.
The reparations is. Go.
One more question for Mar. Are you Krishna or Shiva?
Can we hear from an FBA about the definition of reparations?
It's just getting money for being enslaved, bro.
Yeah, I agree with that. We need reparations.
A lot of thought about it.
Hello? Reparations are necessary. You know,
What's your nationality, Amar?
My nationality, I am Indian.
So, Amar, are you from the Untouchables? Are you a part of the Untouchables?
Yes.
Amar, since you're on the level of the caste war,
I can't hear you guys. I can't hear you guys.
Omar, let me ask you a question. Since you're on the lowest level of the caste system, do you believe the ones higher up in the caste system should pay you for the struggles you've lived through?
And they already do. We get paid.
Look at that.
Damn, that didn't go where you thought, huh, Joe? That's crazy.
No, actually I knew. What do they pay you, Omar?
Okay, they pay with educational. We can study for any university for free and give us priority in government jobs.
Okay, great.
I feel like you're lying.
I am not lying.
So hold on, let's get this right. You get free education and you get positions in government. I think we've covered it.
That's not a bad package.
And is it only for level number 5 or
Okay,
level number 4
let me
like
tell you something.
or is it
Okay,
also for level
okay.
4, 3, 2?
I'll tell you how the system works. Okay, the lowest most level gets money for studying. Okay, they don't have to pay; they get money for studying. If they study in a university, they get monthly allowance. They get money.
How much monthly?
Can you study anywhere? Can you study anywhere?
Yeah, you can
As long as you get accepted? Like,
no, and there's the kind of the merit is really subsidized for them to enter. Like if you need
Notice how he said it for them to enter. He's lying.
He's not lying, brother. This is the same dude that was willing to admit that his peoples wipe their ass with their hands. But I take his word for everything as the truth.
Yeah, but only the left hand.
Yeah, okay, and we wash it, not like Europeans who wipe it with the toilet paper and they stink.
If you ever say somebody's things, it's a wild.
You wipe your ass with your bare hand?
We wash it with our bare hands, yes.
Well, what if you get it like up in your
No, we wash it with the soap. We wash it, but we wash our hands. We wash our hands and our ass, okay, both together.
You guys are savages.
So you guys wipe. Okay, imagine a Nutella in your hand. You wipe it with the toilet paper. You can okay, and do you expect it to go off without washing?
So I just need to get this right. So you get reparations by them paying for education, kind of like a scholarship, and you have to wipe your ass with your hand.
No, everybody does that. Like, it's normal thing. We also use European.
Even the higher ups, they wipe.
Yeah, everybody does this.
Mar, will they subsidize if you get accepted into a university, a foreign university?
No, it is free.
Government will help you at all with that?
Okay, I got accepted. I didn't have to pay anything. Okay, the hostel fees or the stay is free. The examination fees are free. Okay, I don't need to. Even if I fail, if I want to write re-examination, that is also free. Okay, and there are some people who are called scheduled tribes or scheduled castes. They are the lowest of all, and they get government job and they get money. Okay, I don't have to pay money because I am not the lowest of them all. Okay, I am just above them.
What I thought you said earlier you were.
I am the lowest, but there are people who are in tribes.
You were asked if he was untouchable. That's what your question was.
I am. Okay, actually. Okay.
Are
So,
they
but
not the Parsis?
there are untouchables who are in tribes. Okay, the tribes who cannot speak proper English even. They don't have the education for that. Okay, and there are untouchables who are born by they might be born in a modern area. They might get the education because I got the education for free. Okay, so my dad said if I had to pay for your education, you wouldn't be studying. Just because you're free, I'm letting you go. Okay, and you get stipend every month for studying. That's how I studied.
Could you go to the elite colleges, the premier
Yes.
institutions?
Yes.
That was my question,
Only
Stan.
the public colleges.
Okay, the most elite
Hold on, let
college.
me get some clarification though, Omar. You get the stipends for your education, but once you're done your education, do you receive any more checks?
Let me finish. Once you're done, you can apply for government exams. Okay, and you don't have to. You have separate cutoff marks for that particular category.
And could you go free to IIT?
Yeah, IITs have reservation. It's called a reservation system. Okay, the people who join reservation, okay, they okay. Suppose a normal person has to score 75 percentile. They just need to have like 35 percentile, or just need a cutoff.
Sounds like that's terrible.
But
Okay,
you don't,
different.
you don't get, let me make sure this is clear. You don't get money just for doing nothing though. Like you can't just, they say you're 40 years old, you don't have, you've already done your schooling. You don't just get paid money though to sit on your ass.
So if you apply for a job, you get a priority.
Priority mean like you're not at the top.
See, I'll tell you what. Okay, if you write,
Saying yes.
if you get yes, okay, like 10% or 20% are reserved. Oh no, not 10%. 40% of the seats are reserved for reservation. Okay, only 50% are the 50% of the seats is general. Anyone can go for it, and 40% of the seats are reserved for different levels. Okay.
His question is, do you get a check if you're in a lower caste system, even if you don't have a job?
No.
After you graduated, yeah.
Copy.
That's
Okay.
right.
When you're
No
studying when you're studying in a university, if you're studying in a university, which you can at any age, okay, they will pay you. They don't charge you fees, and they pay you for studying.
Can you study anything you want?
Yes,
I
you can
don't
study
know how
anything you want.
any different than what we've
You can
already
study anything you want. You can study anything you want.
Joe, did you just say how is that different than what America does?
It's not. Literally, LBJ ran on education reform as a form of reparations, and also housing assistance as a form of
And
reparation.
one more thing,
You know, like the reparations argument.
I ain't gonna lie, I went to college for free. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. But I'm not an idiot
There
either.
you go. Look at that. So I don't really know. Then we've solved the problem, right?
I mean, bro, I didn't go to school for free because I was black, though.
Are you sure?
You know what I'm
Where'd
saying?
you get your degree?
The Native Americans.
What did
Have
you
you ever?
study?
What is it?
What'd you
I
study?
didn't graduate. Hell no.
What did you
Electronic
study when
engineering
you were-
technology.
See, do you know why?
I literally just told you.
Guys, hear this out. Okay, hear this out. Okay, do you know why they promote this? Okay, because there's a saying here. Okay, when these lower caste becomes in positions of power, okay, this caste disparity will slowly decrease. Okay, because since everyone is in the government position, the government position are the status symbols here. Okay, so when every caste are in the holding government positions, which is the most powerful positions in the country. Okay, the government is actively trying to destroy this caste system.
Sounds like DEI, brother. That's what it sounds like. A bunch of people who aren't supposed to be in positions getting positions, bro. That's what it sounds like to me.
As reparations.
Once you get a position, can you get fired if you're in a reserved?
See, if you get a government job, okay, it's like a secure thing. They cannot fire you, okay, unless you unless proven you did a bribe or something or a corruption. And
Sounds like America. Sounds just like America.
But what's a government job? Is it like, what's the role? Is it like cleaning streets or cleaning like a janitor for like the government building?
You know damn well they're not cleaning those streets over there.
Let me tell you something. There are different types of government jobs. Okay, there is IAS. Okay, Indian administrative section, like something like that. Okay, IPS, Indian Police Service. Okay, and there are like RBI. Okay, there are like state level teachers. Okay, teachers in government schools. Okay, teachers or doctors in government colleges, government hospitals. And you have to know government. Okay, in my state, in my province actually. Okay, education is free for everyone. Okay, you can.
So wait a minute. So why did you just make it seem like it was a lower caste thing?
I'll tell you why. Because it is free.
Because you're a liar.
No, but in private institutions, okay, it is not free for everyone. It is free for lower caste. That's what I'm saying about. Do you understand what I mean?
So like
the IITs.
Yeah, like the IITs.
What do you say? What is that?
In like the IITs, people, okay, normal general.
What is IIT? What does that mean?
Like
it is
like
more
MIT.
elite college.
Copy.
Yeah, and other section general categories or people who are at the upper caste have to pay, but the people who are lower caste don't have to pay. That's the difference.
For the private ones, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. For the government ones, in my state, in my province, it's free. But in other provinces, it's not free. It's only free for the
How
lower
far can you go with
Okay.
it? Will they pay for postgraduate education as well?
Yeah, postgraduate education it's free as well.
And medical,
That
so
is
medical
crazy.
Yeah, medical
law.
colleges it's free.
Okay.
Medical colleges.
That is crazy.
You can study medical things for free.
Which is amazing if you think of all the Indian doctors and people that come into
Yeah.
our med schools,
Yeah.
and we're at what 300 to 400 grand to get through med school here, and you're saying you can go to med school for free. Will they pay for foreign education though? That was my question before.
No, they don't. Okay. No, they see in Indian government colleges, okay. Everyone except the reserved category, that is a lower caste, should pay, okay, and they don't have to pay, okay, and there is an examination for them to get into med school, okay, it's like a CAT, okay, and they only need to score a lower percentage than the rest of the people to get it.
Yeah. Okay. Copy. I see what you're saying, but you're saying technically you can get your doctorate for free, right?
Yeah, but you have to.
That is fucking insane.
You have to pass the fucking exam. That's necessary.
You do realize in the U.S. you get a PhD for free if it's in a STEM field.
Yeah, and a lot of disciplines, Stan, are now you can be once you get to PhD level, usually you're not paying.
I mean, I didn't pay at all when I went anywhere. As long as you're smart enough, they'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
How many years did they pay for you, King?
They only pay. I dropped out the first semester. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I couldn't do the homework. That shit. I mean, I could never do homework even in high school. So I'm not finna go home and that shit. Yeah, fuck that.
So let me tell you one more thing, okay? Let me tell you one more thing about my province. Actually, I'm very proud of my province. Okay, it is okay. Women can try.
Hey, quick question, real quick, Amar. I have a question. Do y'all go to school like elementary, middle school, and high school for 8 hours a day?
Yeah, we do. I did. Yeah, we do.
Okay.
And you get food. And in the government schools, you get food for free. And you don't have to pay anything. Okay, and you get food for free.
And that's fucking India.
Yeah. If you go to a government college, not a private one, okay, everyone up till 10th standard or 10th grade, okay, everyone gets no fees in elementary school. Okay, in colleges, the general people have to pay. Okay.
Wow.
And in government, there are private schools, everyone has to pay except these guys, okay, and in government schools, no one has to pay, okay, no one has to pay for school fees, no one has to pay for lunch, okay, no one has to pay for, no one has to pay for, the government is doing it, the government is paying for it.
Wow.
So can you Amar, can you explain to be considered a the lowest class, or like a class like you, how do you qualify for that?
See, since the education is free and compulsory, okay, we have to go. Okay, I have no choice. If some in my province, if my parents didn't let me go for studying, they are committing a crime.
No, he's asking like how you said that you're considered the lower caste. He's saying what makes you the lower caste?
I'll tell you. So, when you are born, okay, you are born to a dad and mom. Okay, there are just like you are born to a Christian, just like you are born to a Muslim family. Okay, I am born to a particular fisherman community. Okay, we are not fisherman community. We are boat building community. Okay, that is the occupation of my community, and there are people who are warrior community who are members of in the army, and there are priest community who used to do priesthood in temples. Okay, so these castes are based on the occupation of the people, and a certain community always did a certain type of occupation, and that's how on the type of the occupation it became a strict caste-based system, and you could not try, even if you wanted to do priesthood, you could not because you were born into a particular occupation community.
Question, Amar, is it on y'all like birth certificates?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it traces through their names too, your last names.
It's fine. It's fine because it is not considered. It is considered lucky to be born in a lower nowadays because you get free education, free job. Okay, not free job. Okay, you get money for studying. You get all the benefits if you are born into a lower caste. If you know how to utilize that properly.
Well, I just don't understand how this is any different than what we do by federally funding HBCUs and HBCUs handing out scholarships and things like that.
Yeah, it's based on caste.
Because there are people who still have to pay to go to HBCUs, brother.
See, what I'm trying to say is it's not economic.
I was talking to Joe, bro, not you, man.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying it that it is not based on the economic status of the family. It is completely based on which caste you were born into. Okay, if you are, do you know why? Because do you know why that's an issue? Why the government is giving caste based, not financial, economic based? I'll tell you why. Because if I wanted to marry someone from a priesthood family, okay, they would not let me. Okay. Even if we are economically sane, okay, the priesthood family would not give their woman into my community. Okay, that is the issue. Okay, so
it's more of a social thing, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a social thing.
Copy.
But if you have
government is
Amar, if you have a government job, can you marry then other people?
If you got a government job, okay, still okay. Now there are people who wouldn't let their daughter marry that because they are in a different caste, and this the government will keep giving until this stops. That people don't see other humans based on caste, okay, and see them as humans. This is a reparation. This is called the actual reparation, right? Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, the only Joe, that's what I'm saying. Like it's not like black people who go to HBCUs don't have to pay. You know what I'm saying? Some people are still paying to go to school.
I mean, that's a solid argument that says, what we should do to descendants of chattel slavery is offer free education. I mean, you might get a lot of supporters for that.
Joe, did anyone float the idea of bringing back WPA and maybe that concept as opposed to reparations? Based on what we just heard, that he had to, in order to receive this assistance, he had to go to school and he had to complete school to receive it. What about the concept of WPA?
What is WPA?
It's under Roosevelt, when what the New Deal was.
It's called the Works Progress
Administration. Yes, Works Progress Administration is what it stands for.
Wait, say it again, Abby.
It's the Works Progress Administration, and it was under the New Deal. It was brought in by Roosevelt around the mid-30s, and this is coming out of the Depression, and it was a way, first of all, to bring the country out of the depression, but it provided jobs and infrastructure. And it basically, instead of giving someone money, they gave someone a job. They gave someone a tool. So there were a lot of infrastructure. I don't know what city you live in, but in a lot of cities, you'll see certain bridges, or you'll see buildings, or even, in the city I grew up in, they gave jobs to artisans, and there's sculptures that are a little more than you would normally have on a building, but it was a way to infuse the economy and give people income. So instead of just handing them a check, they gave them a project to do, or a job, and that was the New Deal.
The only reason why I have a problem
just
with
one
that.
sec. I was asking Joe about I don't mind you reacting, but let me just ask him what he thinks.
No, I think it's great, but of course I think it would be great to some degree for all Americans, and I think that's where the line gets drawn with reparations. It's like, look how, if we allow all Americans to do it, well then does it diffuse the purpose of reparation?
Well, I mean, that one took government money.
I want to.
Well, just wait, hold on one sec. Just let's go back to America for a second here. So that took government money. I mean, in those days, so that was the mid 30s, but they employed it was a little under 9 million people by doing this. So I don't remember what the U.S. population was in the 30s. But it was disbanded. It only existed, I think, up until mid 40s when we were in the war, and then obviously things were repurposed under the war effort anyway. But the concept is, instead of giving someone a check, you give them a tool, or you give them an actual job.
See,
Hold
all right, go ahead, Joe. My bad.
Then I'll pass it right over to you, King. I do think we have things for people that are in need, and this goes for all races in America, is that if you are on some sort of assistance, one of the requirements is you're supposed to be either looking for a job or trying to find a job or have a job, things like that. I don't know all the details to it, but I think there is things, but me personally, my ideology, I don't think the government can ever run something, and it would probably be used for nefarious purposes for politics. However, the sentiment is fantastic. If we could actually have something that wasn't put in our system just intended to divide and conquer us for votes, I would love it. But I just don't trust people.
Guys, one more thing, and I'm.
Wait, hold on. King was just one
Guys,
second.
I have to leave. I just want to make one point. Okay, India is a socialist country. Okay, you need to know that India is a socialist country, and your country is a capitalist country. Okay, so
Sorry, the country sucks.
Yeah, so because of the socialist thing, okay, stamped into our constitution, okay, the government also gives both things. They give private section and they have government section. Both of them are there. Okay, so my state, my province is actually a communist state. Okay, communist state which allows private sector to run, and people democratically elected the communists here. Okay, so that's how, and all the lands of the upper community were divided amongst, okay, the poor. Do you know that? It's called land distribution. Okay, the lands were distributed to every worker. That
sounds like indentured servitude.
Yeah, so these are all reparations.
Some man said, yeah.
Hey, Amar, one real quick question.
Did you say our country sucked because it's capitalist?
But hold on.
No, I said his country sucks.
I gotta respond, King. You saw through it. That's exactly what it is.
Of course, I'm not an idiot, brother.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm worried about, is if we did put something in place like this, it would just turn into something nefarious.
Exactly. So it would violate the idea of America being a capitalist. Okay, and you cannot bring socialist ideas.
So what I was telling you about was actually a Democrat that was our president then. If you know the history of the New Deal and of FDR. So what I didn't give you, and what Joe, that's why I asked Joe the question, was the Republican response to the New Deal. And clearly the first thing Joe said was correct, of how it can be misappropriated and misused. But it was a policy of the Democrat administration.
It would be.
All right, this is what I'll say in response to that. First of all, I think that's like it's almost like a back. If they were to do that, it'd be like a backhanded thing. You know what I'm saying? Because like literally every other group of people that had something happen to them they got money for it. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like the Native Americans money, the Jewish people money, the was it Koreans or Japanese whatever, and they only did 10 years money, like, and they were in internment camps. They weren't even killed. You know what I'm saying? But black people in literal slavery for hundreds of years, bro. And you're telling me that you're trying to just give us free school? Like, I get what you're saying. What if the nigga not smart? What if they're retarded, bro? Like, I'm being serious. Like, I'm not even...
The actual point here is to make them grow, okay? Give them enough tools so that...
What if they can't? What if they can't?
Okay, they should try, right? You cannot always be a victim.
Brother, the fact that you're from the country that
Exactly,
I'm trying not to crash, bro.
And they gave me the opportunity, and I took it. Okay.
Yes, that's because you were capable, bro.
And
hold on, we can't pass that up. This man wipes his ass with his hand, and he said, "Don't be a victim."
Yo, Amar, one question. Do you have a nice job
wipe with
now?
our hands, so be it. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, you know what government gave me? Government gave me 15 grand for study for free.
Wonderful.
Hey, Amar, quick question. If somebody asks, and maybe you don't have a sister, but ask your sister to get married and she doesn't like that person, can she say no, or do your parents get to decide?
Okay, my sister actually did a love marriage, which is very less common. Okay, so it depends on the family. Okay.
Yeah,
so what if those benefits that you got were given privately? They were given in a capitalist way as opposed to in a socialist way, so that you work for a company and the company pays for your education. And
okay, that's not how it works. Okay,
and you're a little more, and you're incentivized by the company.
I think it's funny that a Jewish
I'll
person.
tell you how that works. Okay, so the government is funding startups. Okay, without tax, okay. If you want to start a community, start a business. Okay, for 3 years. Okay, you don't have to pay tax. That's what they give.
Yeah,
you have tax
America does it for y'all too.
Amar, how do you handle diarrhea?
Diarrhea? We have free hospitals. We have free hospitals. You don't have to pay anything to get medication.
No, I'm talking about how do you handle wiping it?
We wipe it and we wash it with soap.
Alright, fine.
Yeah, if you don't take a bath after diarrhea, then...
Yeah, we wipe it and we wash it with soap. Okay,
stop being victim, damn it.
You guys wipe it with toilet paper and you don't wash this ass.
Can we start a campaign, a charity to send toilet paper to India, please? Like, let's start donating every roll you buy, send one to India.
Guys, you spray perfume there, right?
We spray perfume after
No, I think we send like just cases of those white.
We use essential oils, Amar. It's essential oils.
They'll fucking let them start eating that shit or something.
Like a little bit of, yeah.
But I prefer, okay, using toilet paper and washing with a gun at the same time.
Do you have a spray gun, like a spray?
Yeah, we do.
You have the spray gun by the toilet, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, in India, when you go to the toilet, they have those spray guns. They have them in the Arab countries too.
Not everywhere.
No, it's not like
not
that. It's like a hose with a a spray.
Another
So
genius in there.
Like Japan, I mean,
wiping.
Japan is like Japan's like the PhD of toilets. I mean, that's the Toto. That's a whole other.
Guys, listen.
Like, they figured it out.
If you go
Take
into
the
a
water.
train, guys, if you go into a train, if you go into a train in India, you can find two types of toilets. Okay, one is the Indian
The
toilet,
squatter.
one is the European toilet. Okay, you can find both them, and you have a spray gun, one with a spray gun and one with a squat one.
which hand do you use to wipe? Which hand? Use your right hand to wipe and your left hand to shake and eat.
No. Okay, we use
think it's
left
the
hand
opposite,
to wipe,
yeah.
and we use the left hand to wipe and right hand to eat.
If there's a spray gun, why are you using your hand? Like what?
Okay, I'll tell you why. We use spray gun with our hand. We use spray. Okay, even if you spray gun, the shit will not leave. Okay, you need to understand.
You got it, big dog.
Okay, try using a spray gun, and you can still feel shit there. Okay.
Yo, can we get out of his bathroom?
Yeah, for real. No, but back to what we were saying, I feel like just giving free school, I don't think that's fair, bro. Not everybody is smart enough to go to school. You know what I'm saying?
Guys, if you study, I feel everyone is smart enough to study. If you listen, if you listen in the class, okay, if you.
That's not true.
If you
what about people with Down syndrome, bro?
Okay, Down syndrome. Okay, we give the special schools for them.
Bro.
Okay, the people who are autistic, or we give the special good schools for them.
That was the idea I had. They should get special schools.
What about the end?
Yeah, I ain't trying to hear that shit, bro. I mean, we pay reparations to Jewish people, and we didn't even have
We don't get reparations. Holocaust survivors that were the actual survivors got money from Germany and got money from France and from
America.
And
you need to understand to bring up a community.
I don't need to understand anything.
Okay, you guys need to understand.
About 20 that is still living that needed money for health care. That's it. That was it. No, we don't receive reparations. And by the way, my grandparents were pogromed. Maybe I should get reparations from Ukraine for what they did to my grandparents, and they were forced out because they had pogroms. Do you think we should be able to get that for what we suffered?
What's pogrom? What's that?
You don't know what the word pogrom?
No.
It's.
Guys, what I'm trying to say is you cannot bring up.
Let her finish, bro. Why do you keep interrupting? What is pogrom?
What I'm saying is you cannot bring up a community by giving free money. Okay, we have to bring up that community by giving them good jobs and good education. Okay, so that they can support themselves.
What is pogroms?
It was organized attacks and massacres to the community, either killing them or beating them or raping them.
Yeah, they definitely should come off some money.
And that, did you ever? I mean, I don't want to sound really trite. I'm trying to think of something that would be very known. Did you ever hear of the show? It was also a movie, Fiddler on the Roof. Do you know that? Did you ever hear of that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so it's a Broadway show. So the storyline is that the family had to flee. They had to leave the shtetls and the villages in these places because they were being pogromed. They were being attacked. My point is, it's happened in different cultures in different places, and for my grandparents' generation and their parents, they had to flee, and they came to America at the turn of the century.
Yes.
But so maybe I should be going back to the Ukrainian government or the Russian government to get.
Yeah, they should come up off the.
Yeah, they should, right? And Putin's got enough money.
You're talking about 2 generations. I'm talking about 400 years.
It's many generations of what they suffered there.
So
the Tsarist Russia. And the Tsarist Russia, many generations.
What about the Bolsheviks? What about the Bolsheviks?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Bolsheviks. That's who did it.
That did not happen to Jewish. Are you serious? Are you claiming the Bolshevik happened to the Jewish people?
Oh my God! Yes, I am absolutely claiming.
Hey yo.
I
ain't gonna lie.
Cossacks.
You're an evil person.
Yeah, there was Prussia and it was the Cossacks.
It's a Cossacks. Cossack.
50 guys.
You're an evil person, bro.
I'm an evil person because my grandparents had to flee
That was
Odessa
the
and
Jewish people killing Christians. What are you talking about?
The Khmelnytsky massacres, the 17th century, was that a Jewish problem or a Polish-Lithuanian
You said a
problem?
what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I don't know how to. No, it's not you. Can't pronounce it. But the most famous pogrom is probably the Khmelnytsky massacres. It was basically around 1700. That's the most. So if you have heard of any pogrom, you've heard of that. If you haven't, but it's probably the most important. When the Cossack forces under Khmelnytsky killed tens of thousands of people. So that's the sort of the origin story of pogroms there. And was that against Russians in general, or Ukrainians in general, or did it target certain kinds of people? I just think that if we're talking about parts of the world we don't know, it's just impossible to go through a lot of history. But pogrom it's true, happens all over the world. But the reason the mass migrations of Jews, whether people like it or not, to the United States happened from the Ukraine or from Poland or from Russia, all the Ashkenazis people may like or may not like, is in response to pogroms. Like in 1881 to 1884, the Russian pogroms throughout Ukraine and Poland after the assassination of Tsar Alexander was widespread destruction, murder, and rape, which in large measure had the U.S. open its borders. No repatriation, no money, but open its borders. And if you look at how and why Jews, whether you like them or not, Ashkenazim, ended up here, it was probably because they were escaping pogroms. You may like that or not like that, but that's why they're here. If anyone disagrees, I'm happy to listen, but that's why Ashkenazim ended up here.
No, I think you should lobby for it, and I think both of these ideas or concepts can exist in the same space. Definitely lobby for that.
I would never thought to lobby for it until
I'm gonna go back to the Ukraine and Poland. I'm loving that.
I wouldn't use it as a tit for tat.
They're a little busy right now.
Reparations can't exist.
I don't know, but my reparations
would
would be useful right now.
Yeah, I support you in it.
So
I'll support you too, honestly. We want to rethink this, and we want to rethink generation or 2 or 3 or 4 removed that has epigenetically impacted us and financially. I'm actually open to like a worldwide conversation of who owes who, complete with genetic testing, because people shouldn't just be getting it because of their skin color or what they practice. Let's just do it. I'm
Jewish people owe black people as well. Because majority of the slavers were Jewish.
The majority of the slavers. What
there weren't enough Jews here. What year are you talking about? This is before the
When was Christopher Columbus?
Listen, Italian. But there certainly were Jewish
Ask the
people
people in South Philly. Very Italian.
Goodness. Oh my.
Got statues.
You
They
said
got everything
Christopher
named
Columbus was
after
Italian?
him. Very Italian. They even got a day on the calendar named after him.
Was Christopher Columbus his original name?
I don't know. Why don't you ask his family?
Why don't you do some research?
Well, I just want to know if the people
don't believe in conspiracy.
It's not a conspiracy, it's history. You just don't know it.
I
It's
do
not a
know
conspiracy
it. I
just
do
because
know
you
How
don't
many Jews were in? Come on, guys, let's be real. How many Jews were in the United States in 1800? Approximately. Anyone know?
Christopher Columbus was
Answer
Jewish.
the question, King. How many Jews were in the United States in
Oh my
1800?
goodness.
Yeah, how many Jews in the entire
Christopher
United
Columbus was
States?
Jewish. I have no idea.
Okay, well,
but
he was long dead. In 1492 is when he was around and functioning. I'm talking about 1800, which I think, according to all of us, not a good time for enslavement, like a pretty dark time. How many Jews were in the United States in 1800 in total?
A lot.
Go ahead, give me a number. It's not
I have no
Look it
idea.
up.
Google it.
I know what the number is because I know the history of the South. I'm from the South.
I don't know, less than 200,000?
Certainly. Keep on going.
Less than 200?
Nope, it's about 2,000.
Hold on.
Total, that includes kids.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, that includes kids.
I was gonna
So
say,
being majority slave owners, there weren't enough people. That includes the Northerners and the kids.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
And this is such a pet peeve of mine.
Put like this. Per capita, Jewish people owned more slaves than any other race.
How many slave owners were there in 1800 that were Jewish? How many?
I have no idea.
That's what I'm saying. Like, let's just talk facts. No, you can't do that, right? Like, either it's true or it's not true. But I'm totally open to have a conversation with parts of it that are true, because that's real and that's fair.
Yeah,
Lots of founding fathers were slave owners, right?
I
Let's do it.
genuinely am not gonna Google it, but if you really want to know the truth, just Google it.
Well, from Thomas Jefferson's family, then? I mean, like, you know, where do you want to start?
I'm fascination with Jews. I really want to know.
It's crazy.
You said what?
What is y'all fascination with Jews?
I am not fascinated by
I
it.
really want to know.
I mean, I just know history, brother.
Yeah, because you studied
I'm
it.
not just talking to you in particular, but I just feel like a lot of people on this app is just really fascinated with Jews and Israel. Like, what's the fascination?
There's only so much evil you can do before people look at it, bro. Like, I'm confused.
It's like penis envy, only it's foreskin envy.
It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, you just heard a fact of how many. Timothy, it's just an obsession, and it's a scapegoat, and it's someone to blame. That's what it comes down to. I mean, the slave conversation is a good example of it. There were 2,000 living in the entire nation, including the North and including children. And the dude makes a comment that we were the majority of the owners. And then we asked the question, so how many owners were there in total? I mean, there's no logic in what he's, but this is the kind of stuff we have to deal with. And as a result of what you hear on social media, I'm going to finish my point. I'm going to finish my point now. As a result, people get harmed. People go out with anger, and they have anger towards our community, and they pick up the phone and they do death threats, and they come and show up at our temples, and they do mean things to people just because of their ethnicity. And if we don't stop it when it grows like a cancer, like you're hearing here, where people who are sitting in the audience or sitting on the stage hear lies that then manifest and harm us, then if we don't cut it here and stop it, it's just going to grow. And it grew in Germany, and you saw what happened. It's grown in other cultures, and here you go again. And we have to, if it means coming up with the actual facts and trying to educate and teaching what a pogrom is, then we'll do that. But you just got to stop, because you don't understand that it turns into actual harm. And the statistics, the cases are there. Every fucking day, there's another attack. There's several phone calls. There's threats. It's why we can't go into our schools and into our houses of worship without armed guards there, because of this crap. And it's just gotta stop. Thank you, Timothy, for letting me say.
So do you think it's on the same magnitude as the black community, or more?
Our hate crimes are now higher statistically.
No, let's take New York City. The great hate crimes in New York City, 70% against Jews. Any blacks want to give us what the percentage was against blacks?
I mean, do you want me to be honest?
No, we're
you
giving
can
you
look it
real
up.
numbers.
Momdani
Timothy
released
asked
it.
the question.
Momdani
Just released the numbers. It just
released the numbers. You can look it up. It's nothing to do with me. Look it up.
It just got released. It's at an epic level. And that's why we have these issues of what's happening also with the mayor in New York and the stuff that he's saying. It's feeding blood libels. You're hearing blood libels on the stage, and then it turns into harm, actual physical harm. And our children and our grandchildren have to go to pray with armed guards around them, and we have to train our congregants what to do in the event of active shooters and harm coming into our buildings because of this kind of crap. And it's the same thing for the black community. Now I'm learning it's the same thing for the Jesuit community. You just can't do it. It's wrong. And it harms people. And if you don't understand that as a minority group, like, I don't know who else
I
will
definitely get what you're
understand it.
saying.
Yeah,
but,
so think
I don't
about
hear
it.
people say Jewish fatigue. I be hearing black fatigue though.
Okay, well, let's do it by religion, because I mean, you can look at New York City. got a lot of Jews in it, right? If you look at the entire number of, you just look at the data, I'm reading it here. Religion-based hate crimes is the most recent data from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services, updated June 2026, so, okay, a month ago. And was reporting for 2024, it's the last year of full data. Okay, there were 405 incidents against Jews. How many do you think of the 405 incidents were against Jews?
Who cares?
Okay, you don't care. 343 of the 405 incidents were against Jews. If that doesn't impact you, okay, there's nothing more to say. But again, I'm going to say it again. Of the 405 incidents, 343 were against Jews. Against Muslims, 42. Okay.
Which is the same argument. What I said also affects the Muslim community. It's harmful. It's just really harmful, and they're tropes, and it's to the black community, the Muslim community, now the Jesuit community. It just is wrong.
The Goys are fighting back. Yeah, no, I mean,
No, hold on, King. Your behavior, like in your disregard to what is being read, is very reminiscent of who was the guy they just put in jail for murder? He killed Austin Metcalf. Showed no remorse, had no care about this at all. And maybe this is why like people don't take the reparations conversation.
I mean, I genuinely could give a fuck if you do or don't. I'm gonna be okay regardless.
Hold on, I gotta step in. No, that's not true. He didn't show no remorse. Okay, he was suffering from epileptic seizures the entire trial. People that were inside were talking about how he was sitting there and shaking. He had to focus. He put his head down when what the hunter asked him to look at him in his face. He did lift his eyes and he did look him in the face. He also didn't have an opportunity to testify, to also say his side, or to give an apology. He couldn't do any of that. Okay, so I don't talk about Carmelo Anthony. Free Carmelo Anthony, that's first of all. Oh, and so a couple other things I wanted to say. Now
Has
that
he answered your letter yet in prison?
Wait, he had an opportunity to testify. He chose not to.
No, that's not true. That's why that's the grounds of what they're.
Everyone has
William,
the right to testify.
Exactly. Look at the new motion that was just released for a new trial. The basis is of a situation, a handshake stuff that happened with the prosecution of basically his opportunity to testify. Prosecution changed the deal and manipulated the deal when Carmelo Anthony wanted to testify.
So his lawyers were incompetent, is what you're saying. He had the right to testify.
Yes, and also
hired lawyers. Those
that's
lawyers
correct.
made choices. He had
That's
the
correct.
right to testify.
Yes, and sometimes that happens.
Didn't allow him to testify.
Right, and
He shouldn't have stabbed the white boy.
Hold on, wait a second. And sometimes that does happen. Sometimes that does happen. And the judge, there was even a transcript of this, of the judge saying that he had not seen anything like it, quote, before, when referring to how his defense attorney was working with the prosecution and the things that they were doing, saying because they had a history together. I don't know if you know that, but they actually, years ago, they worked at the same office. But anyway, I don't want to get this. I don't want to make this into a Carmelo Anthony
do
case.
something about this? If there was a conflict of it, why didn't he step in and say, "Hey, this isn't right"?
Well,
he was worried about being in front of the TV, the camera,
that's a
and
good
shit.
question.
That's
Who
why.
knows? Who knows? But this is it doesn't matter. But anyway, I wanted to say something else. So, King, I do hope that you understand, or because I think you've been very receptive to everything we said, the collectivism idea, right? That's a big problem with me. I hate when people throw a group, like one person or two person, us as individuals, into like this big group and then condemn the entire group. And I think that's what is it's literally the worst disease on this planet today, is grouping individuals. You as an individual know that there is no group, King, that you can think of right now of a group of people that exist, if you got to pick them, that you could say everybody in that group is going to represent my thoughts even 50% of the time. It's just not true. You're an individual. You have all your own thoughts about all your wonderful different things. That's what's so fascinating. That's what's so fascinating and wonderful about being human. So we have to strip the collectivist idea. Okay. Yes, there are stereotypes. We could talk about stereotypes. We could talk about other things, but mostly we have to remember that we're individuals first. And what type of people commit crimes? Individuals. Individual people commit crimes. And so when we're referring to these conversations, and I've heard this a couple times throughout the night, where it's like, white people owe this, or say, well, hold on a second, okay? No person on this stage, I'm going to assume, is going to be owing anybody else anything. You said Abby was evil based on a history, her ancestor, or not even an ancestor, but
no, it was
some
she
sort
said.
of lineage, right? But some sort of lineage. But that's the thing. It doesn't matter if her father was a serial killer. Okay, that doesn't make Abby anything except Abby. Abby has her own mind, her own whatever.
No, I said she was evil because she said
right.
the Bolshevik slaughter happened to Jewish people when it didn't. That's why I said she was evil. She's a liar.
That's something that's the historical.
I said it was Cossacks. I got the wrong term.
So
that was
she
it.
corrected. So
I corrected it.
You could redact that then. So yeah, just the whole white people owe this, but no, what it is a society today. That's what we're looking at when we're talking about reparations, and the goal is to make sure that we uplift all of our family and to get everybody on the same page. So we all want to look and to say, hey, look, this is our American family. We understand that there's history that we have no responsibility for. Now, I have no responsibility for what people did in the past. None, zero. Neither do you, King. Neither does anybody else. No.
The only pushback I have on that is that people have inherited money from that situation.
Okay, and still, and yet, and that is part of the society, right? But still, that doesn't mean that they've done any harm or wrong at all. People could, and you would have to look and analyze their life and what do they do. Okay, look, so there have been, hold on, one other thing. Somebody brought up, I really got frustrated about this argument. Somebody brought up the Anthony Johnson thing the other day, but then I started looking at the numbers. I thought that was interesting. Somebody made some really, I didn't like the argumentation, but this was the thing, and we were just talking about this with the numbers. So if you look at I had chose the 1860 census, and we looked at how many white people existed, and it was about 27 million, right? And then we looked at how many Black Americans or Africans, however you want to put it, that were inside of the United States at the time, and it was, hold on, don't go anywhere, free Black was 488,000, enslaved was 4 million, okay? So now this is the interesting part. If we take that same, we look at the census, and we look at the recorded slaveholders. Bima, can you just repeat that? Can you repeat the numbers? I'm sorry, it was a little fast. Just repeat it. It sounds important. Sure. For the 1860 U.S. Census, there's about 27 million white people, free Blacks, 488,000, enslaved Blacks, 4 million. Okay.
Why do you leave out the number of how many Blacks, enslaved Blacks? It's like 3,000 or 4,000 Black slave owners. Isn't that a critical?
Or how many white?
Hold on, no. Not
of your number. How many owners how many white were owners of slaves?
Okay, and so I'm getting there. I am getting there. Shut up. Okay, so the Black owner, Black slave, that was trash. They said that there is such a small percentage, like 0.00 something, okay, of a percentage of Black owners that was very rare in 1860. In 1600s. And says, okay, well then you could get the data, and there's any time that you want to provide any data, you could, whatever, that's fine.
Okay.
But I'm going off of the 1860 census, okay? So now we're gonna go with the enslaved Black people. Now this is what's interesting, okay? Of the enslaved Black people, there was only 394,000 slaveholders. So about 400,000 white, wealthy Americans owned a group of
almost 4 million 400 million slaves. So we're talking, if we look at 400,000, according to the population, we're talking 400,000 individuals. 400,000. Well, it's either they're 400,000 individuals own slaves. That's what the census, the 1860 census said. Okay, or slaveholding. It would be considered one individual or a slaveholding household. Okay, so that could potentially change it, but that's what we're talking about. So it was concentrated among wealthy white Southerners, and we're talking about 1.5% of the white population in the United States owned slaves in 1860. Now the problem is, though, now we'll accept that and concede that it was a very small percentage of white Americans that were owning slaves. However, we have to remember that out of the 45, right, approximately 4,500,000 of the black population, the large majority, 90% of them, were enslaved. Upward of 90-something%. I mean, I rounded up with some of the numbers because I didn't want to read out each little number, 3 million. But the point is that most black Americans that were in the United States largely were enslaved, and so that is the upward battle that we had to understand of what we're facing with the whole racist lens. So even though it was a small percentage, that's what the rest of the country saw, that these people were here and they're here because they were slaves. And then we take it from, slave codes and all the other shit that came after that. Legislation, courts, all of this controlled by white men made it very difficult for our black American family to assimilate in a way. Once they were even free, that meant anything that was worthy of just being humans, dehumanized and degraded and whatever else. So that's what we're fighting for today. This is what reparations, I feel, would do for us today, is to help bridge or to help heal a lot of these extra bits of harm, because we've come so far. We've gotten the racism out of our legislation. That's a huge step, right? We're really glad about that. We have some de facto situations. We have the structural racism that we still have to, we got rid of the institutional. We still got some personal racists running around. Fuck them. That's fine. Tell me who you are. And then we take care of them like we do, Chud the Builder, making him go crazy, right? Get people fired. Excellent. Love it. Accountability. And then we continue to build. And I feel that if, as an American society, if we could stop having these conversations about what people owe and who did the harm, and we look at it as, look, this is what history did, and so now it's our responsibility as individuals to just help get our society together so we're all happy. So that's it. Okay, we're gonna take a vote. Everybody's gonna we're gonna vote reparation, and that's it. Excellent. I'll see you on election.
I put the numbers in the chat. It's 3,700 off of the 1830 census. The numbers are in the chat.
3,700 black people own slaves?
Correct, and about 12,000 total slaves owned by blacks.
So that's a big jump from 1830 to 1860.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising.
It just got worse and worse.
Why don't we just offer them free education and government jobs like they do in it?
No, it's not.
Because I just told you, there's black people who aren't smart, and I shouldn't have to die for Israel. That's why. Just for me to become,
yeah, I mean, but that's not.
I'm not a very good example. I'm not a very good example because, like, I don't know. But I'm saying there are people who aren't smart, and they're like, I shouldn't have to work for the government just for me to do something. You know what I'm saying? That's ridiculous.
I don't think that you need to. I mean, like, I don't think that that's where the biggest harm exists right now. I think the biggest harm is in the silent things that people still argue about, right? Like, I don't think, King, you need help getting a job. I don't think you need help being wealthy or getting rich or owning property. I don't think you need help with any of those things. So, well, then, Bima, what is reparations for? Reparations is to bring awareness to the situations that we still have within our justice system, the prison to school, the school to prison pipeline, all of these medical discrepancies, where issues, the correlation of pollution and polluted areas with specific communities. These are the types of things that I want to focus on and to help us fix. And we should all want to do that no matter what, because this is our family and history fucked it up. So we
look, and I'll say this too, bro. If there was a injection of money into the black community, maybe niggas would stop niggaing. Like, and y'all, like for like, y'all know what I mean, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like white people like to say niggas be chipping out. Well, maybe if niggas didn't feel so on the edge and feeling like it's do or die all the time, like niggas would chill out, bro. But when you're in a constant state of fight or flight, like, you know.
Okay, so do you think if we gave you, if the money showed up once, you think that 10 years later everybody would be in good shape? And
no, not at all.
Okay,
no.
And do you think the people would, that if someone had Down syndrome and they got money, you don't think that someone else would fleece the money away from them?
I think, I mean, to be honest, I really don't think I'm not gonna sound like an advocate, but I don't think it'll really do shit. I think a lot of niggas will blow that shit. A lot of niggas will do some just, you know, dumbass shit with it. Like, there's no reason why black people aren't nowhere near the wealth per capita but spend the most money. That's idiotic. You get what I'm saying? So, like, I mean, I feel like it would help, like, certain get on their feet, and that's, you know, that's probably what we need it for. It's because, like, not everybody, just because of your parents are poor as hell, that you should be under the thumb. You get what I'm saying? And like some people would do right by the money, and some people would invest in property. Some people would get houses. Like, you know what I'm saying? People would invest it. But I think there are obviously going to be a lot of people who would do dumbass shit with it. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe that we are owed that, period. And I'm not saying I'm not pointing fingers necessarily. I could genuinely give a fuck less. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, for America to pay, like, literally pay everybody but black people, even though we endured it the longest and we helped literally build America, that's fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying, bro. And then the argument of the school, like I said, it's kind of like a backhand. Hey, you got to go to school if you want to, like, get what's owed to you. That's fucking ridiculous.
Cool. We
like
built
that
up Europe too, not just United States. So
yeah.
You really got to follow the money, and
like,
just spend time following the money, where the shit money went to, what banks, from the British traders, the Royal African Company, which European nations made up in the hundreds of millions, and they have all that at the African American Museum in Washington D.C. So they did all that math. And so really just follow the money. I like the idea of the free school because it still keeps it competitive in a capitalistic society. And not just
that's not fair.
The stipends that come consistently as you do well in school, I like that idea. And that doesn't have to be the only idea. It could be in a package with other ideas.
I think that's a fucking terrible idea.
Hold on, King. Look, stupid question. If descendants of chattel slavery were the ones to be in line to receive reparations, wouldn't the descendants of the slave owners be the ones that would have to pay it? And what would you do with the descendants of chattel slavery that share the same bloodlines as the slave owner.
Okay. Just because you didn't necessarily own slaves doesn't mean that you didn't benefit from a system in which that we were considered 3/5 of a person. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what about the people that their families have only come here in the 20th century? I mean, Bima on stage here, she's only, what did you say, second generation American? Like, clearly her family had.
Ooh, but they still didn't
Where
have
is she
equal
from?
rights. They still didn't have equal rights.
My family came after slavery.
Yeah, so how are you going to sort all the white people out that weren't here in the last 75 years? I mean, they've only.
I'll put it like this. Maybe we quit giving billions of dollars to bullshit, and you know exactly what I'm saying. And maybe we help out our own country first. That's all I'm saying.
It's very simple. Very straight to the point.
Like I'm not proposing anything fucking insane, bro. You know what I'm saying?
What was the budget for reparations again? How many trillion? Was it trillions?
Yeah, I think it's.
What's the number?
You'd have to Google it, but I think it's like $3 or $5 trillion.
So how are you going to fund $3 trillion?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm asking $3 trillion.
They'll print it out of thin air like they do. What do you mean?
I mean, look, we send money just for the fucking wars that are a waste of time. So I mean,
the Pentagon literally lost $1 trillion unaccounted for.
William, are you the person who put up this 1830 study? William, are you still there?
What do y'all mean? How are we gonna come up with the money?
Well, just looking at the math here, and it's a little funny.
We have money for Israel and shit.
Yeah, Israel's
money for Americans.
3.5 billion that's spent back in the United States.
But you just said where we gonna come up with the money?
So what percentage of the?
I heard you correctly. You said where are we gonna come up with the money?
Yeah, where are you gonna come up with the money?
So we have money to go to war for Israel.
You're not going to war for Israel. You're going to war for the United States. But even
but that's an out of state.
So do you take all the money?
Hold on, Abby. Let me finish. I don't want to mute you. That's one that's out of state. That don't got shit to do with us. We got involved, but nonetheless, if we have money for that, you don't think we can't come up with the money for in-country problems?
Don't we have a deficit?
Look,
what's our deficit?
Ignore the Israel thing. It's just another couple of defense budgets that are being proposed. So instead of having one defense budget, we could have triple the defense budget in 1 year, and then you could pay it off. I mean, assuming that you think that you could print money out without any repercussions for inflation. Which I
mean, it's just funny that we say, where we gonna get the money from, but we do all these things for everybody else, but then when it comes to issues in the United States, it's where are we gonna get the money from?
You just tripled the proposed defense budget.
That's weird.
Yeah, so we should have no defense budget. We should have no Army, Navy, Marine Corps. Nothing. Just take it all.
Shouldn't be having our troops, any of our military going towards Israel or other.
We have never had troops in Israel, by the way, and nor have we ever had boots on the ground ever in Israel. They fight their own battles. So can we not go back to the Jews in Israel? I asked, should we have no defense department or Department of War? Like, should that go away? We have no defense of our nation on any shores, anywhere.
Israel isn't our nation; they're a separate nation.
I just said, should our country have no defense budget at all?
No, they shouldn't.
3.5 billion,
our money is
which, by the way, is spent in the United States is like a toenail compared to, you just said, $3 trillion. So what's our full foreign aid package? Someone know the number? The percentage of foreign aid out of our annual budget in the United States? Because I don't think the foreign aid is even remotely. It's got to be a couple percent if all, at all, maybe.
Billions of dollars over
How much is our foreign?
multiple
How much
years
is our
adds up.
foreign aid from the entire world out of our national?
Well, it says
budget?
just for Israel, I looked it up. It says
It's 3.5.
21.7 million or 21.7 billion.
It isn't. It's 3. It just went through Congress. It's 3.5 billion, and
In the 2 years since October 7th, this 2020.
yeah, yearly it's 3.5, and it's spent in the United States. I repeat, it is spent on purchasing.
You lie very easily.
I am not lying.
I'm
You can,
hearing people say that. Why does it matter if it's spent back in the U.S.?
because that's the deal that they
That's a
that
lie.
it's spent on defense. It
That's a
helps
lie.
it helps our defense industry. It's spent on weaponry and on it's spent on defense
Of Israel.
purchases in the United States.
Yeah, but we're still giving up.
That's
I
a lie.
understand
Speak
that. And
line.
Beaver, please tell me what percent is all the foreign aid, how much we give to Egypt, to Jordan, to African countries, all the foreign aid
No,
that
it's-
we
no,
give, what
It's a tiny
percentage
percentage.
of our,
I'm just saying, I hear people say that it's like we make them spend it back.
we do make them because it helps
And
our
that's
defense
such a-
industry.
Oh,
But
That's
Israel
irrelevant. I
doesn't,
mean, that's
but by the
stupid.
way, and I can't believe we're back on the Jewish issue, but you're just gonna have to hear this. They don't even care. It's such a minor part of their defense budget. The 3.5, if it goes away, it will not affect them.
that man just told
It is-
you it was 21 billion. And
It
you're
is
still
not
talking
21
about three.
billion, it's 3.5 billion a year. Go
Oh,
look
my
at what our
goodness.
foreign aid budget is yearly. It's published. It is,
Yeah, this year.
yes, every tax
So
year.
what about the past
What is
3
our,
years?
what do we
a
spend?
year? 150 a year. Look it up. It's
No, that is a lie. It
What-
says
what's our-
I'm reading it.
100 billion this year.
What do we spend on foreign aid? What percent of our national spending for the year is foreign aid? I'm gonna
I
I
say
mean, what about the other?
percent is
Which
for
of
the
those
whole
other?
country, for the whole world,
What about?
for all of Africa.
But that could be a Uber Eats gift card for all the black folks in America.
Yeah, all of our foreign aid to every country in the world, all of the continent of Africa, add it all up, all of developing nations, how much we spend of our national budget is foreign aid. I'm gonna say it's probably less than 5%, 3%.
But don't forget that we pay Jordan a sum of money to host Palestinian refugees for real.
In
we
camps,
and we
yeah.
significant amount of money to Egypt.
Egypt doesn't have it. Egypt won't let them in, sweetie. They don't. It won't let them in. And that's not what they're taking. That's not what they're paying. That's not what it's going for. That's not what it's going for.
People in the USA,
Who'd you talk to in the USA? It's Egypt won't let them in. Egypt doesn't want them. They're not in Egypt. There's no camps in Egypt. What are you talking about? Our foreign aid to all of Africa, to all of Asia, to all of our foreign aid. What percentage of our spending? My God, I asked a question. Does anyone have what percent of our national spending is foreign aid? And I am making the proposition.
What about those other countries are constantly
So
at
if you-
war with everyone around them?
So if you
That's
cut
different.
all the foreign aid that we
That's
give
different.
to the world
That's
yearly, you asked for 3 trillion. How much a year are you expecting in reparations? How much
I don't-
yearly?
I don't
What's the
give a-
number? Is it
bro,
3 trillion a year? What's the number?
I think that's some study did something. I think
Yeah, what you guys are like the $100,000-$200,000 per person of what 40 million like people in that would destroy our economy. If
Thank
did
you.
that at once. What?
okay, but she's.
However,
oh my goodness.
6.7576. Our federal government spends about 7 trillion total, right?
However,
I mean, I can understand their gripe about. Now, I'm not talking about Israel. Anything that we spend money on. I can understand Timothy saying, "Well, we come up with this for Ukraine, this for this, this for that." Now, if you did that and you took some of that money and you said this is reparations, it would be peanuts in your pocket, though. I mean, you wouldn't be happy.
That's why it
with
shouldn't
but
just
it's
be
better
the
than nothing.
U.S. It shouldn't just be the U.S. They should get together with all the European nations. and they want to come up with a certain amount.
So once again, what do we spend our money on in the U.S.? You know what our biggest nut is? Our biggest expense?
Welfare.
It's welfare, Social Security. What's our biggest number?
Yeah, but
What's it like? 40%?
Yeah,
What is it? Something like that.
I don't mind paying taxes for that. I don't mind paying taxes
That's
for
about
that.
it's about half of our spending, just a little under half of our spending. But again, the total foreign aid is 1% of our budget.
Thank you. I was wrong. I thought it was. I knew it was less than 5. It's 1%.
It's 1%. It's 1%.
I don't care. I shouldn't have to pay taxes for you to bomb kids.
Yeah, you shouldn't pay taxes for Egypt and Jordan and all of Africa.
Kids.
Should we pay taxes for all the African countries for places that are taking Christians?
They don't bomb
kids. They're not bombing in the African nations. What they're doing to the Christians? You think that you don't think that's happening?
God.
I think that it's illegitimate. I think kings, I hate to admit it, but I do.
1%. Israel doesn't want. Take Israel out of the equation. They don't. They already said they don't care about the aid.
Yes.
So forget Israel.
Okay.
You've been getting $20 billion a year for the last 20 years.
It may well go away.
Together is 1% of our budget. The whole world, all the money we give out is 1%.
Haven't you on? Wait.
Why can't you do the math?
Oh my
You
goodness.
said you had a semester in college.
6.75
You do the math on that.
If it's 1%, then why are we sending them our fucking money?
Okay, again, the money has to be spent.
It has to be spent in the U.S. on U.S. defense.
But that doesn't mean anything.
But they already said they didn't want it, Beaver, so it's not an issue. So how about if you talk about Egypt? Why are we sending Pakistan
they don't
money?
want it now.
Why are we sending Pakistan money?
They've been getting billions of
Why are
dollars
we
for
sending Africa
multiple years, for 20, 30 years.
Well,
What
I
are
think
they
they're
doing
an
that?
ally. Some countries money because we need them.
Well, they an ally with the
because we need Ethiopia to
liberty.
defend us in Africa. We send other countries other Arab countries money because we need bases in their countries. We're tactical about where we send our money. It's not all humanitarian, right? It's not like we're just giving out money to the poorest countries. If you look at the top countries where we send money, it's Israel, Ukraine, Jordan, Egypt, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Somalia, and Yemen. And I guess Nigeria is there somewhere. But if you look why, you can see where we have bases. You can see where we need, like the entire Air Force of Ethiopia was basically built up by the United States with the help of Israel. Why is that? Do we just love Ethiopia so much? No, we actually need the tactical support of Ethiopia.
Call that out of the equation. It's 1%. Where are you getting $3 trillion? Where's it coming from? T.
If we wouldn't give y'all $20 billion,
Did you
$20 billion a year for the last 30 years, we would have had it.
And that's your thumbnail, not even of the annual budget. So again, maybe there's other waste. Maybe there's other You're not understanding the numbers. Trillion.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand 1%? 1% is the whole world. All the money we give, all the foreign aid.
What you're wanting
is
it back
1%.
It's not
Okay,
right.
that 1% should only go towards America. It shouldn't fucking go towards the world.
Okay, so
how do you suggest that the United States is
I don't care.
there? Okay,
Just
so you're big.
I believe Beaver was in the middle of talking.
Oh, thank you, sir. I was just gonna say, even if you got that money, I think all the leading economists in the world would tell you if each black person got $200,000 check, I think they would say it would probably end up being worth like nothing because it would destroy. I don't know if it would fully destroy our economy, but it would like totally fuck with the economy, and it may not be worth. It may not even have any value at that point. I don't know, because that's a ton. That's $3 trillion, and what's our annual budget? I mean, I think that would cripple our economy.
It would cause inflation. Everybody would get taxed.
Hold on. I think Lali, if that says your name, you asked the question of, well, what would be the solution? Beyond reasonable doubt, I support reparations, and I've declared it many times for years on this app. So I'd like to propose my solution. It wasn't mine. I didn't think it up.
but I'd like to propose what I support.
Oh my God.
And yeah, okay, so I already know that reparations has been sold many times for political purposes, largely to use black folks for their votes, and it has been. And I would like the Republican Party to finish the promise that they suggested, which a Democrat nixed and didn't allow to happen, which was to award 40 acres to descendants of chattel slavery. We should throw in a mule, to be kind. And I think we have enough. If you look at the math, roughly about 28% of the country is owned by the federal government. Now, I wouldn't want to give up all of it, and I think you can fit it, most of it. And there's a lot of places, and Abby, you would know, Nevada has
87% of my state is owned by the federal government. Please,
that's right.
Some of it.
And guess what's underneath the ground? What is underneath the ground is natural gas, energy. And the damn Democrats play this game every time they get in power, is that they pull the permits from drilling on federal land.
Okay,
well,
I can just read.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. If the Republicans were clever enough, we could offer at least a 10-year span before descendants of chattel slavery were to sell their share, that they would get a share of that land where energy companies could go in and then drill and extract energy from there and be paid a part of that stipend, kind of like what they do for residents in Alaska, what they do for some of the residents in certain parts of Pennsylvania. And then we could win over the black American vote and the Democrat. I mean, it would crush the Democrats in their support.
Okay, so the only reason why I don't
King, I got to overrule you. You've been talking a lot. So there's 6,000 to 9,000 of approved but unused oil and gas drilling permits on federal lands. Okay, so the claim that the federal lands are not being permitted is holding back oil and gas drilling, it's completely incorrect, because those 6,000 to 9,000 approved gas permits would be used if there was actually, if it was financially reported.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. So basically, you're saying the only way we would get reparations is if y'all can make money on it too. Like, that's ridiculous.
Well, and the rest of the country gets cheaper energy. So no, what I'm talking about are areas right now that are not being drilled on. Look, America is the natural gas king of the world. And we have this wealth of resources that we can tap into. And I don't think it would be a problem that descendants of chattel slavery were to be paid in the name of reparations. Part of that stipend, and they could not sell their share for at least 10 years. And then after 10 years, they could sell their part back to the energy companies, or they could keep holding on to it. But it would be like a form of corporate welfare to a certain degree. And all Americans would be able to benefit from cheap energy.
Yeah.
I don't see what's wrong. Why can't we advance our society moving forward and as well enrich, black folks that their families suffered from this? I support reparations. I just don't support cutting a check because it's absolutely ridiculous.
So Joe, I'd like to piggyback on that. So I'm not sure, I would accept anything at this point, and I'm very happy that you would be willing to vote for something like that, at least, right? But I think a lot of it is not really reasonable, because we know that people are going to have to move out of state, they're going to have to go to different areas, maybe that their families, I just don't feel like I still feel like there's a lot of force in that, and not force, but like, oh, do you want to participate in this? Then you're gonna have to move, and you're gonna have to change your lifestyle. So I think what I would like to see is, if we understand that from the founding, and I'm only going to take from the founding, I'm not going to take before that, from the founding, 1776, to when institutional slavery and I'm saying slavery because there's a lot of reasons why I'm going to say that, was ended in the United States. I'm going to say it's 1965 when we were able to get racism out of our legislation. Okay, so that right there is about 200 years, 189 years. So what I'm thinking is at least for 189 the foreseeable future, for 189 years, I think that every person in America that identifies as black should not have to pay, and just because you're not giving them money, but they are eliminated from fees, permitting, anything to do with the government fees and legislations, all the stuff with housing, right? All of the stuff with anything else that would have to do with anything that they're doing in their entire life. Business fees, forming businesses, property taxes. I also think property taxes should be just for 189 years, just 100. And like I said, the rest of society is absorbing it because the rest of society didn't mind taking for 189 years, right? So we're talking
How's that
all
gonna
of
work
these things.
with property taxes? Take me through that one, Bima. How are you gonna do that?
So
Are you gonna tell a municipality that you're gonna tell a municipality that X amount of houses are not assessed a property tax, and that the other residents in the city have to pick up that property tax?
Yes.
Or that village is gonna have to, really?
Exactly.
That's gonna be constitutional?
Well, I think at one point it was constitutional. Slavery was constitutional.
Exactly.
That's gonna, that kind of law is gonna pass, not a taking and not an equal protection issue
I think
for the other residents in the.
Well, remember, this is repair, Abby.
Yeah, I hear you, but I'm telling you, you're gonna have a major constitutional issue with this. But keep going.
So yeah, no, that's just my point. Any type of anything that has to do outside of anything, just registering, anything that has to do with paying a fee, a fine, well, not necessarily fines, but fees, permitting, all the permits, the full list of permits. If you're building a house, no, they don't have to pay anything. They don't have to pay for nothing. And I think we can at least do that. That's it.
Yeah, so
Abby, isn't that what Ron DeSantis wants in Florida?
So states that have a high density of black people would essentially be imposing super high taxes on the non-black people in those states.
Well,
No, I don't think she's saying you have to raise the taxes for everybody else.
But you'd have to, because the money has to come from somewhere.
Who's paying the municipal taxes, the infrastructure of the municipality? Who's paying for the school systems? Who's paying for the roads in the municipality where the property taxes?
Yes, and it would be, and that's why I think it's
foreign aid, that'll help.
And that's why I think it's perfect, because the rest of society is going to absorb it.
Cells on this one.
Hey, Abby, listen.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Listen, the state legislators in Indiana have pitched a plan to entirely replace property taxes with a new 7% state tax on services. Also in Florida.
Yeah, did that pass the legislature?
Governor Ron DeSantis has stated that eliminating property taxes on primary residences is a long-term goal. Texas, the Republican Party of Texas made the complete elimination of all property taxes a top legislative priority.
And how do you raise that revenue? You have to increase either. Let me just tell you what would happen. You'd have to have a sales tax that's higher. My state has high property taxes, but we have no income tax. So they talked about it in my state, but they'd have to have an income tax, and it doesn't pass. The electorate doesn't want it. People move to the state because there's no income tax.
I'm telling you the answer.
So if you don't have, we have a high sales tax, but we don't have an income tax. There are states with high income tax that don't have sales tax. States like Delaware or Oregon. I mean, so you're gonna have to make the revenue up somewhere, right?
Other Americans should not be taxed for that. We should just stop giving so much money to other countries.
Anyone read the
statistics
on the article that Wayne sent? Because they actually baffled me. It seems like in the 1830 census report, the free black population was 320,000 people. The free black slaveholders were 3,775. So 1.2% of free blacks owned slaves. When you compare the free white population, 11 million, about 2% of whites owned slaves. So we're talking about the difference of 1.2% of blacks owned slaves and 2% of whites owned slaves.
Yes, but we also know that a lot of black slave owners, they bought their family, and they did that intentionally so they could obviously.
We could post more articles on that, but it's not in this article. I'm just reading what he posted.
We know
If
that.
they had bought their family, they wouldn't have been slaves. They would have freed them. That sounds ridiculous.
No, because they had to buy them, because if you look at the local laws, I went through this, it was very interesting, I could go pull it all up, but there were things.
You buy the family, you make them free.
Yes, you buy them. They had to do it. They had to do it on paper to protect them. It was a guardianship. It was a historical process. I mean, look it up, William. I don't know. So.
Okay. People don't know
one more thing for Abby. Georgia as a whole, the House Republicans introduced a structured plan to completely phase out homeowner property taxes by 2032. So actually, this is a Republican idea right now.
I'm not negating it. I'm saying that they're going to have to raise the revenue in those states in another form, whether it's going to be in the income tax or the corporate tax will go up, the sales tax will go up. You have to raise the look. I'm in a.
Why are you saying everything
Can
about
I answer?
cutting foreign aid?
Othello, please, for a second, please?
Wait, I'm going to answer you. Hold on. Governor Greg Abbott he aims to use state budget surpluses to buy down rates to zero,
which would be amazing.
Cutting appraisal caps from 10% to 3%. That's Greg Abbott.
I'm not disagreeing. I think it's a great idea. However, look, I live in a state which has gaming tax. I mean, we have real revenue coming out of gaming tax, which funds. That's why we don't have income tax here. However, that being said, the sales tax is high. When I go to register a car, if I registered in where my other home is in Pennsylvania, it will cost me like $35 a year. In Nevada, it's $3,000. So they make it up. There are other ways that states raise revenue. And if you're going to remove the property taxes or limit, you also have to look at how the schools are funded. Some places like New Jersey, certain states, the municipalities raise in the property taxes. It's called school tax. I don't know where you live and where you pay, if you own your home and how you pay your taxes, but every state does it differently. However, the revenue still has to be raised by the state, and that's not going away. So if under the scenario of some pay property, that's why I asked Bima the question, in the scenario where some don't pay property tax, are you assessing a higher property to the other homeowners? How are you making that revenue in that? That was my question.
Cutting foreign aid.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong to remove property tax. Some of these plans can be great if they can implement them in the states and make less of a burden on the residents, less of a tax burden. That's great, but it's going to show up in another place.
Yeah, by cutting foreign aid.
But the foreign aid
is one fucking. This is state revenue, and it's 1%. Cut it all over the world. I could care less. Again,
no, just for Israel.
Israel doesn't even. I don't want to make the argument.
I mean, y'all be getting billions of
trying to
dollars
play with
for
me and
multiple
not
years.
going there. However, Bima, based on your theory, where's the revenue going to come from if you don't assess the property?
So no, you would have to, and it would have to be, like I said, it would have to be absorbed from the communities, and I think that that's fair.
But if you had an equal protection, you have a constitutional argument there. I mean, I don't get into it but it definitely.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that, Abby. I don't doubt that. But I mean, like that's why reparations hasn't even passed to this day, because there's so many these gray areas that we can't, they're just like catch-22s, or you can't do, well, that's the point of reparations. So we have to make the choice as a society, like, look, let's just figure this out once and for all and move forward. It's not a big deal. It's not going to be something. Listen, I've seen local municipal, and you know where I live, Abby. I've seen Republicans overhaul local municipal areas. Like, my property tax $15,000 a year. Okay, it's expensive for me. I mean, I'm not rich. $15,000 for me is expensive. Okay. Well, I understand when I get my bill, it says that it's like 56% goes to school stuff. So over half of that is for school fees, and so the other half is like, okay, well, what? I mean, I have well water, I have septic.
Okay, so the 50%,
Israel.
let's break it down, Bima. The 50%, and we could get into a whole other room on this, on school choice, but there's a good chance that whether you're in a sending district, or do you have a public high school in your actual area, or are you a sending district to a public high school?
It's a public. There's a public.
So the cost per
Look up and see how
child.
much money your municipal gives to Israel.
Excuse me.
You can Google it.
Can we just
Yeah, no
conversation with someone without having a troll? So, Bima, if you have school choice, there's a good chance the public high school can be between 20 to 30,000 per student, and if you give a voucher system and school choice for parochial or for private or for charter, then you're giving the option of maybe a cheaper amount per child, and then your amount that's allocated for school would be less in your municipality. Do you follow me on that?
She's literally telling you to give less money to the school.
Do you understand, Bima?
So, no, could you just walk me through
So a lot of the public high schools, especially if you're in a sending district, where like you're in a town and you don't have the high school, you might have a middle school in your town or an elementary schools, the cost of the high school per student, what you have to allocate, what you have to pay, can be 20, like in New Jersey, I know they're at 23 to 28,000, sometimes up to 30,000 per student. And if you're in a sending district and you've got, a lot of kids that are going to the public high school, that can really be a tax burden on the residents. If you have school choice and you have people that are able to get a voucher, so instead of it being 30,000, they send their kid to Catholic school and it's 10,000 a year in the Catholic school, and you give them a voucher for it, you just saved your municipality 15 to 20,000 per student, and they have school choice. Some states have it, some places don't have it, but there are ways to cut that, because that's 50%. That's a huge number of your tax base, correct? I mean, if you think about it. But there are ways to tackle that, and from the Republican standpoint, and you can have a Democrat argue, I thought you would probably argue with me on this, because they're against school choice. But from a Republican standpoint, you can save money because you're giving the option, and the schools can be less. Public high schools can be very expensive.
Okay, but
Someone can argue the school choice thing, and that's not what the room's about, but it's a big chunk of what you're paying, Bima.
Abby, it's a complicated argument. It's not worthwhile to do it right now. It warrants a separate room.
I said that. Didn't I start with saying that?
Well, if you did, you said if someone could argue it.
I said we need a whole other room on this if we start getting into school choice. However, then I explained to her that that's how some places are tackling a very large tax bill for students, especially sending districts.
Yeah, defund the schools, give missiles to Israel. Makes sense.
One mic on Lord.
Thank you. Look, obviously we're not going to gain any ground on, just giving out money and all that. So the best solution I'm thinking is investing our money towards space colonization or expansion. Because obviously we could we can give.
We already do. NASA got a budget raise this year by about.
Stop interrupting him.
We could give the 40 acres to the community for the moon and Mars. Obviously, the rich, super rich, would most likely have first start on claiming land on those planets. But obviously, there is a lot more land on those planets that people are able to buy land on. It's unclaimed territory.
Is this man serious?
I'm just thinking it's a win-win for both sides, instead of us all just going to continue this whole fight over, just stay on the planet and just fighting over it.
So we help, we literally help build the whole planet, and then you're saying we can have the moon?
Correct.
Do you hear yourself?
Well, think about it like this. I mean, you're going to have immigrants build it at that point.
And what is y'all's obsession with?
This man is brain dead.
What is y'all's obsession with talking about? What is y'all's obsession with talking about reparations? Like y'all don't want to talk about things that are actually affecting us as Americans, but y'all want to keep bringing up reparations. I think y'all do this. What I think y'all do this for is to troll people.
Nah, I agree with you.
The fuck y'all worried about? Like, hold on. I'm not worried about fucking reparations. Y'all don't give shits about that. And if y'all did, I wouldn't listen to the slavery talk. I seen Joe make a comment that said black folks own slaves. This is true. There's a very small percent of black slave owners in comparison to the amount of slave owners that work. We also know that most white Americans. We also know that most white Americans were the slave owners.
Percentage of white Americans too.
That's what I was about to say. We know most white Americans were the slave owners, and this is where I'm getting to my next point. It's not white Americans.
Hey, you're breaking up, bro.
We could hear you just fine.
We definitely want to hear you.
We heard you just fine,
Joe, how
Ronald.
many Jesuits owned slaves?
We didn't hear it. I can tell you
He was definitely in the Matrix.
it was clearly the Protestants that were the slave owners.
Not the Jesuits?
It wasn't the Jesuits and it wasn't the Jews. It was.
That's cap. Super cap.
But wait, weren't the Protestants controlled by the Catholics and the Jesuits?
You can make the argument.
Super cap.
I mean, they definitely own slaves.
I want to address a point that we're up here just trolling. No, look, we've actually had a really productive conversation here. This is reparations as narrated by everyone. We've actually listened to a man from India. He's left. This was an earlier segment that was describing how he's on the lower end of the caste system. And
That's me.
Oh, he's not here.
Amar's back? Yeah, no, Amar, that was a wonderful segment. So people have been sharing a lot of different stories of reparations and, how it affects them and comparing it to America's sins of our past. I mean, it is
I'm back. I'm back. But look, I be telling people anything. The reparations argument should be focused on about Reconstruction and Jim Crow era America, because it's too many talking points around the slavery era. Although I believe that slavery should count, I think when you focus it strictly on the slavery era, there are too many people that can throw out the whole, well, I wasn't a slave, you weren't a slave owner type thing. And that's true. Nobody was around during slavery, but there are definitely people who were, hey man, shut up. I'm talking an American. But look, yeah, the argument, you couldn't give the whole, well, nobody was around argument during Jim Crow era politics, but I want to stress to black folks, man, stop talking about rip these white folks, man. The shit ain't gonna happen more than likely. Like, seriously, and white folks seem to have a weird with thinking that
that this is about them paying a debt when it's the United States government and justice system itself that owes the debt. I do understand that tax dollars go into that, but none of you control your tax dollars. Like, none of us do. So we can stop this whole notion that you paying for something. You don't see your taxes before they come out your check anyway. So let's stop this whole
And most of y'all broke anyway.
And throw that out there, but I stress black folks to stop having that reparations conversation with white people, because it's never done in a genuine like conversation. But more than likely, we just not gonna get them, man. Regardless if they do or not.
Go ahead, Rob. I thought you were finished.
We got plenty of other things that we could discuss about that we can be correcting in our society, but reparations isn't gonna happen, and y'all know it. And I think that's why y'all stay on these talking points, because your rooms will become mighty different if we ask, how's the current administration doing? And we broke down the administration and we look at what's happening in President Trump's America. But unfortunately, you guys won't do that, because that will force you guys to accept a narrative that's not what you want to push.
Okay, guys. Okay. So the what I wanted to say was, that the untouchables in our community were actually slaves. Okay, they did servant works and everything. Okay, the best way to bring a community up is to give them education. Okay. To give them education and ability to have a good job. Okay. So that's what we provide. Okay, instead of giving them direct money, we support their community through welfare programs and free education and job priorities. Okay, you cannot just give money and fix things. The fixing should be how the people think about growth. Okay, and that comes with awareness and education. That's what our government focused on. So in order to as a reparation, they poured in education. Okay, they poured in opportunity so that they can grab it. Okay, and come up.
Okay, so then what happens with the influx?
King, look, before we go too far away from Rob's point, I just want to clarify that, look, and I'll go right to you, King, after I'm done with this point, it is a relevant conversation. California is already offering reparations. I'd like someone, I think Williams from California, I'd like to hear an update.
They started a reparation task force, but California isn't offering reparation. But if we wanted to have a conversation about that, California's program makes more sense. Number one, California wasn't a slave-holding state, so they would obviously be focused about the post-Reconstruction time period, the Jim Crow era, where there is documented evidence that California was implicit in discrimination, discriminatory practices against our people. But so I keep stressing to y'all that again, I would like to see a form of reparations. I don't know if I would take $100,000. Yeah, I would, but I don't know if old buddy was trolling just now about education when he started talking about welfare and all that shit. But I do think reparations doesn't necessarily have to be a monetary, like a direct monetary payment for things to work. So I think if we had honest conversations about what needs to be repaired, which is what reparations is an extended word of, then maybe y'all would probably have a better understanding of why the conversation is relevant. But as long as y'all think it's all about people saying, giving me some money, listen to the educated people who are actually on these reparations task force, and not just motherfuckers who be talking and saying that white folks owe them a check. You might have a better understanding of why this shit is relevant. But as long as y'all center y'all conversation around talking points that you hear from dumb fucks on Clubhouse, who really don't have a vast understanding of history, nor how America really even works as a system, you'll be able to make these troll rooms, you'll be able to make comments that are low-key derogatory, but, there's nothing that can happen to nobody on this app realistically. I wouldn't waste my time looking for y'all jobs and shit and trying to get you fired.
I support reparations, and I detailed
how I think it should be implemented. And the history on California is when California was introduced into the Union, they agreed to have one pro-slavery senator and one abolitionist abolitionist senator. So they were part of it when they first entered into the Union, and that's why they do have a sin on their creation as well. So that's the history of California, just so you know, man. But I thank you for the update. I didn't know where it was. It's still a never-ending task force that Democrats put together for virtue signaling. Okay.
Man, it's definitely done for virtue signaling. But I say this: if it was ever going to be a real conversation, it would have to come from a Republican from the South. That's the only way that it would actually gain some merit. As long as it's Democrats from the West Coast or up north, it's not going to gain merit. It would need a Republican from the South that can come in and articulate why this needs to happen. Unfortunately, there will still be enough Americans who would push back on it, and I actually think this might be what causes a real civil war amongst anything, is people thinking that motherfuckers shouldn't be giving money.
I have a comment on this subject, the reparation of slavery. Well, I don't want to engage that. Is it correct or no to pay money to people? Because, I mean, it's something that they should decide. But I just have a question. You know, for example, in Saudi Arabia, the slavery stopped 1960 and something. Almost 100 years after in America, or in Oman, for example, it was even after that, I think 1970 or 1970 and something. And I mean that maybe many of us was born when still there were slavery in there. And just I wanted to say that the way that is saying these days, it just like a sense of, I mean, anti-USA, like the other things are happening. I just wanted to mention that.
Hey, are you trying to say that because like Americans wasn't dealing with slavery in 1960 and 70 that it should be a topic? I'm trying to get some clarity.
I say that if it's too, I mean, it's too bold news these days, it should be even more important in those countries that they did it even when
well, see,
that's where your child,
that's where your lack of understanding of American history.
Because they are Muslims, so nobody speak about it. But
that's where your lack
that they did it just some years ago.
That's where your lack of American history understanding comes into play. And I get that this is a free talking app, but one thing you don't see on this app is a lot of Americans going into Somalian spaces, Iranian spaces, even European spaces. It's like telling them what they feel about a country that they don't live in and have shit to do with. Now, I might not agree with the vast majority of the whites and the pro-Trumpers, but they American, and this is the conversation that we have. You feel me? So I'm not gonna put no forms against them.
No, I know where you come from, and I mean that you're right, but I mean, beside that, I just mentioned that something that these days, speaking about that, I don't say about the race, I mean, or anything, I mean, just it's something that they wanted to destroy anything about the USA, any news. I didn't just mention other countries in parallel that they are just the same. I just wanted to mention.
I'll tell you the exact reason. It is easier to get money from Americans, and it is very hard to get money from the Muslims.
You'd be as crazy when I had next.
Oh yeah, therefore they go for they feel like they can talk their way of self because they have free speech in US. They can talk their way of getting reparation. While in those countries, as you said, you don't have the free speech, and even asking for reparations is considered as a crime because they don't have a free speech.
Yeah, of course.
Why are you?
Of course, it's a gift.
First of all, two foreigners talking down on what happened in America, shut the fuck up.
I am not
Firstly,
talking shit about America. I'm talking about.
you literally just said that we were talking about getting reparations because we had free speech, and if we were somewhere else, we wouldn't be talking about it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm praising US. I'm praising
Fuck
US
ass
for
Mexicans
having
can't talk on American issues, goddammit.
Like, what the fuck are you talking? That's a wild thing to even say.
I am praising US for having free speech, and I am laughing about the fact that okay, those other countries which have recent slavery incidents, okay, don't have free speech, and you are utilizing this right that the US government gives of free speech, okay, to to selectively ask repatriation when you should be asking from them, which are very recent. You are not doing that. If you are asking from US, which was 100 years ago, okay, you are not asking from countries from 10 years ago or 50 years ago, which were actively promoting the slavery.
Yeah, but why does that even matter?
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, this is the response. Why
That's a wild thing.
Hold on. Why does it matter that maybe some slavery ended 20 years ago in another country? And
yeah, you guys are not asking them why. This is selective asking.
No, we're not selective. The Jews lobby for their stuff. African Americans and Americans are, we're lobbying for what's going on in America. Like, that's just the way the world works. Different people are going to be focused on the things that affect them. And I wish well for whoever just got out of slavery 20, 30 years ago. I wish them well.
And I'm asking, that is in America. Okay? Those countries are not America. Okay?
That's fine.
Nobody gives a fuck, bro.
Well, they need to march like we marched. You know what I'm saying? They need to do what they need to fucking do. You know what I mean? To get into the position to lobby for what they want.
His point is, in those countries, if you tried to lobby in a place like KSA, you'd be killed. You can't. Not that you'd be
what
killed.
What the fuck does that have to do with the conversation?
That's what Sun was talking about. The other countries that have it. Let me replay this for you. Sun was talking about the other countries that have it. Amar was commenting that those countries you can't bring it up because those countries would quash.
Why does
the
that
argument.
Fucking matter?
I'm just replaying what.
I know. I'm not an idiot. I know what he said. Me and Othello both said, why the fuck does that matter? That's like saying you getting jumped by somebody, and just because somebody kicked you and another person punched you, the person who kicked did more damage, so he gets in more trouble. That doesn't make fucking sense.
It's like saying, okay, the person who kicked the person who kicked you is a 6-foot guy, and the person who.
I don't give a fuck. Thank you, Timothy. Let me say a quick thing. Basically, they're using it as a reason as to why our reparations were illegitimate, and so it's just weird, and that's why I come in these rooms to see like how low people will stoop.
It's disgusting, bro.
Well, it seems like we've came to our conclusions with the reparations.
I will say this. Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead. I just don't know if I'm not really hearing too much more other than just the same repetitive shit where you guys try to somehow shift the combo to Israel or the Jews. So I don't know.
Yeah, I just think it's very weird that people from other countries always got something to say in American conversations. Like, you said what, bro?
Oh, I didn't know if anybody could hear me. Can you hear me or no? Hello? Yeah. Okay, I just double checking. Yeah, I'll just open the floor to any topic now. Just, carry on, yeah. I think we did that one a pretty good justice, the reparations talk. Go ahead, King.
Oh, yeah. I just think it's weird that Indian dude has something to say about slavery in America.
Can we take a sports break, Matt, and then find the subject? Can we have the sports conversation?
The sports,
The sports breaks are good.
I like their top 10 basketball players or whatever that night. That was pretty.
Oh, the Mount Rushmore of basketball.
Yeah. What do you got? What are you thinking?
Okay. Did we really cover the NFL? We talked about the betting and the team. We did do NFL today, didn't we? Or was that last night?
No, that was Major League Baseball. No, wait, that was basketball that we did last night.
We did basketball last night. We talked about the NFL a little bit today, didn't we?
Maybe a little bit. Not that much, though.
Because we found out Joe was a Broncos fan, which I didn't know.
Yeah.
I don't know who's winning the World Series. We could do that. I mean, you guys would be bored. You and I could do hockey.
I know.
Really.
College football. Beaver's gone because that's his thing, so we can't bring up football right now. That would be fair. We gotta wait for Beaver to be back for that, so we might have to shelve that for a little bit.
We could, yeah, we can always cover UFC or boxing at some point too. But okay, and we need Rydell on the hockey conversation.
Yeah. Well, that's it's a wrap. But we gotta wait till October, right? Well, they have preseason in September or whatever, but yeah. But yeah, it's open. I guess Professor Sutla's been on stage for a while. I don't know what she's doing. El Chorizo.
There was a Carmelo Anthony update.
No. Get out of town. What do you got on that?
Lawyers for Carmelo Anthony seek new trial, alleged bias from judge and other issues.
Well, because the judge made the comments after trial.
I'm not sure, but we can go in and discuss it. I can read segments of Fox 4 in Texas.
Did they filed the appeal, and so the appeal was that's the typical appeal to seek new trial. I mean, that's pretty basic. But where the grounds were, the judge made the comment that he liked what the jury, like he approved the jury's decision. That was, I think, what I remember.
No, that's not what it is. The judge knows the victim's dad. Like they all go to like the same bar.
That was the grounds on appeal. That was what was alleged on appeal, or was it the comments of the judge after the trial? I don't see how that the recusal of the judge would have been sought during trial if they had that knowledge. That wouldn't be a post-trial.
Yeah, I'm just making it.
Respected that would have been raised during the trial. Was that ground one of their grounds? Joe, did they actually list them?
Well, here's what we know. Anthony's legal team is seeking a new trial over claims that the trial was effectively closed to the public. The prosecutors did not honor an off-the-record evidentiary agreement, and that instructions to the jury made it difficult for them to consider Anthony acted in self-defense. They also asked for Judge John Roach to be removed from post-trial hearings because of his alleged bias.
So
and there's more to it.
Yeah. Okay. So start with.
Go ahead.
No, with what you just read. So the agreement that they're saying, I mean, they closed the publicity is an issue. We knew they would raise that. Some are constitutional issues, and then you would obviously appeal on ones that you put on the record that you objected to during the trial. So wait, what was it? The second one was the jury instructions. But I thought he did give an instruction on self-defense. He was pretty careful to give the self-defense, which he didn't have to do, but he did. So that's interesting. They're using that for grounds. What else?
And the bias.
But what was the grounds for the bias? What were they alleged?
Anthony's lawyers said the judge made comments to news reporters following the trial and, quote, expressed personal opinions about the property and correctness of the jury's verdict, the fairness of the trial, and the correctness of the judge's own rulings during the trial, end quote.
When a reporter asked Roach if the jury got it right, he responded, quote, "Yeah, they did," quote, end quote. The judge then reportedly explained himself and talked about his rulings. The defense argued that the judge's personal views suggest his probable decision on a motion for a new trial. So he's already revealed how he ruled in this.
They're asking.
How successful are new trials? Do you even know like what the success rate is or no?
I mean, I don't know in Texas, in that county, and I don't know. That's going to be determined state by state. But you're gonna ask for it again. You're gonna have the basic constitutional like adequacy of counsel would be your basic constitutional grounds, and then the objectable issues that happen during the trial. I don't know in Texas. Is Marshall on here? Marshall may. No, I don't.
Let me ask the question to you, Abby. If Carmelo Anthony, let's just say he was granted a new trial. If he was found guilty again, does it risk what his sentence already is? Could they actually give him a stronger sentence on a second trial?
They could give a stronger sentence on a second trial if he's found guilty again. That the sentence is going to be, determined based on a new trial is like de novo. It's as if the prior trial didn't occur. So yes, he runs that risk.
So everything's on the table.
Everything's on the table.
That's pretty risky. Yeah, Joe, right? You feeling that too?
I mean, 40. What did he get? He got like 40 something years.
But he can get out at whatever that is. Like, what's the name of that thing where they get the hearing, whatever,
For parole?
Well, yeah, parole.
The max is 99 years. But because he was a minor at the time, he would not be up to a hearing for
life.
Death penalty.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
No, 99 years though would be the max. I remember 5 years.
The bias on the jury. The other thing that you raised again that would have come up during trial is which it doesn't sound like they raised that. The relationship, but you're in a county where everyone has relationships. To say, well, the prosecutor knew the defense attorney, well, we all know each other. Yeah. Lots of us practiced in the same offices.
And there's it's a small enough town where it's like everybody's going to know each other. It's not like New York where it's kind of a little bit different.
It doesn't matter. That's how when I say the bar, the legal bar, that's how that operates.
It's true.
It just, that would not fly.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can't really get around it. Everybody knows each other at the end of the day, right? So.
Yes.
Whatever. Lock that nigga up, bro.
Damn, man, you really mean
no,
that.
No, for real.
But you said
that
with all your chest, man.
You should have fought him. The stabbing somebody come on, bro. He's a punk. Get your ass whooped or beat him up. One of the two.
That's true. Both would have be all alive and well.
Yeah.
And what's his face? Be going to jail. What's his face? The guy. I can't keep all these guys' names right now.
The kid. Yeah.
That's why we should be promoting to the youth. If you have a problem with someone, hold on. If you have a problem with someone, you meet at the boxing gym and put on the gloves. That's the number one thing we should be supporting, promoting to the youth, especially in this day and age where they want to use guns and things like that. You have an issue, meet at the local boxing gym, put on the gloves, 3 rounds.
So
I just read up like this. I'm sorry, girl. I just wanted to know how old he was because I'm trying to read up on it now. This case.
Ooh.
17. Is he 17? So I was just reading about the broken agreement. I just Googled it. And so I don't, I'm reading just a quick synopsis of it. But there was some agreement the prosecutors had, a verbal agreement with respect to character evidence. And what they're alleging is that they breached that agreement, which gave him only a short window of time to decide whether to take the stand. Do you remember, Matt, we were talking about this, and I was saying that when you take the stand, your whole character becomes open for examination and for cross. And so you open that door, and if you don't take the stand, that character evidence isn't coming in. So let's say this kid had discipline issues, or there's something in his past that they didn't want to have come out. It wouldn't come out unless he took the stand. Otherwise, it would be hearsay. And so somehow there was some agreement, is what I'm just finding Googling. Maybe someone has more on this, that they were maybe going to limit what they brought in on character evidence. And they breached that.
I heard that they made an agreement between the two parties that they wouldn't introduce like character related things in exchange for something else. I forget what it was, but yeah, that's confirmed on that's the deal they struck.
Nah, look, he fucked up taking that shit to trial, bro. Everybody know, especially as a black nigga. If you take anything to trial, you better win or you finna get the book. I mean, that's common sense, bro. Like, that's just...
Man, he is. That little nigga a bitch, bro. Period. He a bitch. That's what it is.
So they're raising the jury pool issue, which we knew they would raise, because they struck the teachers, and the teachers were black. So that's one of the other issues that they're raising. And the speed of the trial, the fact that he held the sessions also on Saturday, and they're claiming that it limited key defense witnesses, that part doesn't make any sense unless they were bringing in witnesses from like far away. You know, I mean, that part I don't know, but
somebody could work on the Saturday too, though.
Yeah, I don't see how that would reverse. But and the jury pool argument's on because they'd have to show systematically they were excluding, and they specifically were teachers, which they used preemptives, and they didn't want to have teachers because they felt there was a bias. These are interesting grounds, but some are predictable.
I agree with you, Timothy, that this is where I have sympathy for Carmelo Anthony, is that the parents and his wife and the lawyers that they hired took advantage of the situation. They raised money off of this.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
And he didn't have the chance to actually show remorse for his actions, go in, plead that he was guilty, and ask for some sort of agreement from the prosecutors to try and get this lowered down.
1 minute. Shut your mouth. Listen. United States. I mean,
sit your bitch ass in the goo, nigga. You go ahead.
Yeah, no, I definitely believe the sentence would have been lighter had shown remorse and brokered a deal and took, agreed to plead guilty and accepted some sort of plea agreement.
What's crazy is, Joe, also, he didn't see none of that money, bro. He ain't seen a dollar from whatever they raised. His parents seen that shit.
Yeah, they bought a truck, right? Or some shit like that.
Bro, they bought a whole bunch of shit, a new house, all types of shit, bro.
Fuck that little nigga, man. They should have gave him life. Fuck him. I have zero sympathy for that little nigga, man.
I don't know about life, but shit, he should have.
Come on, bro. Stabbing a nigga at a track meet, bro.
Yeah, definitely. I don't. That's what I'm saying. I definitely don't agree with that. But life is tough, though. I ain't gonna cap.
Man, he killed that man. What? No, fuck, man. That's wild, bro.
No, definitely wild, bro. Like, you definitely should have handled it a different way, bro. But I'm just, man, as black people, man, niggas gotta stop. Motherfuckers already know we can't be, hopping on apps preaching about shit, how the system is against us, X, Y, and Z, then we go out and do some stupid shit.
Exactly. Stop. You stab a nigga in the neck, and then you sitting there saying, "Yeah, what the fuck? Come on, bro. Killed that kid in front of. Nah, bro. Fuck. I have zero sympathy for that nigga."
So what? Do you feel the same way with the Rick Chow and the other nigga?
Who?
Rick Chow. I don't know the name of the black nigga he killed, but it was the Chinese guy that shot the.
Oh, he shot him in the back or whatever.
Yeah, how you feel about that one?
I mean, he shot him in the back.
Timothy, did you look up what I told you the other night? Rick Chow didn't shoot him.
Yeah, all my mama. I actually was just gonna bring that up, but since you here, I'm gonna let you go ahead and bring it up.
No, I'm just saying, I'm encouraging everybody to look at the details, look at the research, look at the situation, go look at other people that was around. Bro, Rick Chow's son shot that boy. That fucking old ass Chinaman did not chase that young black ass boy over a half a mile and catch up with him, keep up with him, then shoot him. No way.
It was
his son.
Oh, I'm sorry. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No. His son shot him, and Rick Chow took the fall, because that's how they get out. Family first. Them Asians is tight like that.
I didn't know that. So his son actually shot him? Or was it
His son shot that boy.
In court documents, it says that it's Rick Chow, but this is what Skrilla is assuming.
No. It ain't just me. Just go look at. Just do the research for yourself. That Rick Chow's son killed that boy, and Rick Chow took the fall.
Were the ballistics backing that up? What's your name? Skrilla?
I mean, you don't need no ballistics, though. He laid it out for you.
No, I mean, didn't they look at the gunpowder on the hands and how they checked that?
I mean,
I don't know.
raise your hand.
When you said look it up, like where'd you find it? Where do we look at? Where do we find that?
I'm just saying, just do the research yourself.
I'm asking you. So where do you find the ballistics research on it?
Are they gonna wait? I have a question. Are they gonna do ballistics if you raise your hand and say I did it? You get what I'm saying?
No, I'm asking when someone shoots a gun, you have gunpowder on your hand, don't you?
Right, but if I raise my hand, if the police show up and say who shot this man,
and I say I shot him, they're not gonna dispute that. They're gonna take you to jail.
Did anyone do ballistics? Did anyone look at that's what I'm asking. Where'd you find this? Was there any police reports showing that they saw any residue from the shooting? That you would think they probably did that in their.
But check this out. If the cops, they didn't flee the scene. They stayed there.
Wait a minute. Wasn't there video too, bro?
And it was people that saw the shit. They were both running. It shows both men running after the boy. Both of them.
This is testified to.
It wasn't a half a mile though, like you said. It was only like 100 yards.
Yeah. Real quick. So what did we think?
Hold on, let me ask you this. You think a 60-year-old Chinese man is keeping up with that young black ass boy for simple?
Right. Check this out. So what do you think the jury saw that we're not seeing? Why would they get what you're saying, Skrilla, so wrong? What do you think they were thinking? Because there's black people on that jury, by the way. Yeah.
So peep this. How can I tell a man that said, hey, I shot him? Okay? We're going to say, no, you're a liar. Your son shot him. We just want somebody to pay for the crime. You admitted to the crime. Okay, you going to stand trial, motherfucker. You shot him. Whatever.
But why would I'm just focusing on the black jury, because obviously that's, in my opinion, to you guys, that's really important. Why wouldn't they just take what you just said right now and think the same way? Like, why would they get that so wrong, do you think?
Because they're not police. They're not police. Right. Their job is to not try to pin the crime together. Their job is to just find this nigga guilty or not guilty. That's their job. Their job is not to try to create scenarios and solve the crime. Okay? Their job is just to, is this motherfucker guilty or not guilty?
Why did they acquit though? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Like, you know why? Because
there
probably wasn't enough evidence.
Obvious to us, right? Because Skrilla, you're totally right, man. Like that, what you said, right now, would if I was on the jury, I'd just be like, fuck, dude, this guy's totally right, you know. So why?
Yeah, I would have convicted.
Yeah, well, that exactly too. But I'm just kind of curious. I'm just kind of just trying to figure it out, like why they.
I got a bunch of questions. What was when you said he was shot in the back? I mean, I would look at all the ballistics on this. Like, I asked the question about gun residue, but also, what was the projection of the bullet? Was the bullet? Did the bullet? How'd the bullet enter the body? Did it enter from the back? Did it enter from the side? Like, I don't know the answer, so I was asking. You said you researched it, so that would be something that would be grounds possibly for reasonable doubt if the bullet trajectory wasn't specifically directly from the back. So that's a question. Do you know when you did the research? So what's your name again? I'm sorry, Skrilla.
Skrilla. Yeah. Actually, I mean, I think that's what came up. It was like, wasn't it like the guy was kind of sideways or something? Like, I don't know. There was some other stuff that like. You know what I'm talking about, Timothy? What, you know what I mean, or no?
I don't know what you mean, but
like he was shooting sideways or something.
Those are the kinds of questions that would come up to create doubt.
I wanna pose a question to everybody, the non-color on this stage. Do you feel as if the criminal justice system is equally fair to those of color and those of not color?
I think so. There's a tradition, 100%. There's a history where it hasn't been fair. I would hope that from this point forward, in the vast majority of localities, that it's fair.
I think that our criminal justice system is overcompensated with the advent of CRT being mandatory in every law school, as mandated by the ABA, and in the judges' schools as judges trained. And as a result, I think it's fair, and I think sometimes it may even be tilted in some jurisdictions even more.
For me, I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's the best we got in the whole like entire world. Like, you can't beat our system. Like, I'll go there, but I don't think it's perfect. So go ahead.
So why is it that people can point out multiple instances where, you know, such crimes, related crimes, are held at different magnitudes based off the color of your skin?
Because they're not taking into account the defense attorney equality. It's a class issue, I think.
So I'll try and answer your question, Timothy. I believe it depends on location. So yeah, I mean, clearly, if a black man gets arrested for the suspicion of committing a crime in Coleman, Alabama, probably not going to have what you want to consider a fair trial when the population largely is all white, right? But in certain areas where I lived the majority of my life as an adult, like New Orleans, Louisiana, which is a majority black city, black mayor, black judges, black prosecutor, black criminal, 3/4 of the jury is black. Sure, I do believe the system works as intended on certain circumstances, not every single one, but yeah, for sure. But is there biases from one community to the next? Of course.
Well, then, just based off that statement you made there, Joe, that would mean that most of the United States, based off of location, is corrupt. Because, I mean, most of those counties, small counties, when you think of a state, most of that state is consumed of small counties or other counties, which is consumed of non-colored people. So the big cities like the New Orleans, the Chicagos, yeah, they have that's where you're gonna find your most colored people. But outside of those big cities are filled with tinier white counties, which you want to think so? You don't think so?
No, I said
True.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
true.
essentially that makes up the most of the United States, though.
Timothy, it's changing. It's changing with how lawyers are being educated now, how judges are being trained. That's the point I was trying to make. It's shifting.
Yeah, but also the majority of
crime that is committed by black folks is in those cities, though. They're not in rural America, Timothy.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Are you kind of like inferring that if you're on trial, that you should try to get it moved to, say, Atlanta, downtown Atlanta versus?
Of course.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
I think that holds Joe said a lot of value right there. I think the location probably does play a major, probably one of the biggest factors, to be honest. And like Beaver said, the class. Shit, if you can afford a good ass lawyer, you know what I mean? Money talks. So
yeah, I was about to say that too. I definitely agree with that because I definitely have gotten in some trouble, but money got me out. You know what I mean? And I was guilty. So.
But it's also very hard to get the change of venue. I mean, the reasons for it, you really would have to show if it was like a trial that had a lot of publicity. If you could show like a systematic bias, and I mean, it's just not easy to get a change of venue at all.
By design, obviously, because we're totally onto something. If you could get a fair trial, you would take that in a heartbeat. That's the whole point, Everybody would be doing it.
Yeah, but it's just hard to get.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. They made it so hard that people can't really do that now.
If the roles reverse, though, do you think white folk get off easier in a city that is a majority black and 3/4 of the jury is black in most criminal cases?
Not from where I'm from, which is majority black. That's not the statistics anyway. I'm from the South.
So white folk don't get like any benefit just because they're white, right?
It's different. It's different. It's uneven. I'd say it's uneven, and I'd say it's more unpredictable. So I think statistics have shown where I'm from, where it is majority black, that you can have a more consistent record, and lawyers are best off when they're gonna advise you as to whether you should take a plea or not. They're better at guessing what will happen with the jury trials if you're black, and if you're white, it's inconsistent. There may be sometimes more favoritism and sometimes more punitive action, if that makes sense.
Oh, it makes sense. I see it all the time.
But you also have judges that are now, again, the judges are coming out being trained with CRT. So it shifts things quite substantially.
You said that twice. What
it's
is
mandatory by the ABA.
What is that? What are you saying?
Critical race theory.
Oh,
Google it. It's
copy. I know what that is.
In the law schools, that's where it exists, and also in judges training.
Real quick, Beaver, any update on Chud the Builder or no?
I haven't heard anything.
Okay.
Any update on?
I'm gonna send you stats in the back channel.
On Chilo? They outed some fake. Yeah.
The black woman that shot the white guy.
Oh, that
They never.
That'd be an interesting title.
Arrested her.
What y'all talking about?
The Walmart in Florida shooting?
You're talking about the black lady and the old white man, right? In the parking lot one?
Oh, yeah.
There's another one as well, not as black on black, but the lady shot a 20-year-old boy hiding under the bed.
Oh, he had autism. Yeah, I seen that.
Shit.
No, found the boy under her 13-year-old daughter's bed, and then she chased him out to the front porch and then shot him in the back of the head. They arrested her, and she's been indicted for murder. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Should have shot him in the house.
What? How about the guy in Missouri? That was a recent one. Do you guys see that one? Where the guy pulled out, trying to stab a cop, and they all shot him in Missouri.
No, that was Wisconsin, I think.
Was it Wisconsin? I don't know. Yeah, they were getting activated though. Everybody was going out.
Yeah, he got a knife, right?
Yeah, he actually ended up taking out a knife and attempting or did stab one of the cops.
Come on, man. Let's be realistic. 5 fucking officers, bruh, and y'all can't find a way to defuse the situation.
FaceTime that nigga.
5 of y'all niggas, bruh.
Dumb as hell. You trying to stab a cop? Yo,
but that be my thing with the police, bro. They be deep as fuck. Granted, you can have a weapon, XYZ, bro. Y'all can't find a way to defuse the situation without having
That's some
to kill
bitch
somebody.
ass shit. Nigga got on bulletproof vests and some more shit, man. Man, fuck that. Nigga pull a knife on me and 5 of my niggas, we beating his ass, bro. Nigga, he ain't stabbing nobody. We finna fuck his ass up.
I don't know. You think you're like a normal person and not a cop. His life was in there. But, like, I don't understand why people act surprised when that, like, you know what they're gonna do.
Yeah, if you're pulling out a knife, you're probably gonna get shot. I mean, I don't know how he gets out of that.
I'm just saying, though, bro, you don't have to. Nigga pull a knife. Okay, as soon as he turn his back to stab somebody, bro, we finna beat. Nigga was something.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right, but we know what's like what King was saying. We all know what's gonna happen. What's going down if he does that, you know.
He wanted to die.
You don't need to shoot him though. Y'all could have whooped his ass and took him to jail.
All right, wait, hold on. What if you were the cop? Like you are a normal person and somebody tries to stab you. What you gonna do?
If I'm just a normal person, somebody pulled a knife on me,
and you had a gun, what you gonna do?
Well, it just depends on the situation, bro. It really do. That shit really matters. And if I got 4 other motherfuckers with me, that motherfucker don't need to die, bro.
You don't think if 5 cops pulled their tasers out at the same time and used them at the same time, you don't think that would be able to defuse whoever says suspect is?
For real.
You don't think 3 tasers on you at one time will be able to take you out?
Did you see how close? Did you see the video?
I'm taking that motherfucking baton off my hip and hitting that nigga.
Yeah, I seen the video, and they had one officer holding one of his hands, the other officer was holding his other arm. It was 3 officers in front of him. Bro, it's 5 fucking officers, bro. You telling me you couldn't defuse the situation? It's 5 of y'all niggas.
Some of these niggas just want a reason to kill, bro. They got a bloodlust, bro. Just like gangbangers. Just like gangbangers and shit. These niggas want a reason to kill your ass.
Don't give them a reason. Like pulling out a knife. Like like what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know.
Nigga pull a knife out on me, bro, realistically as a regular person, bro. Man, I'm not a regular motherfucker, bro. I'm finna beat the fuck out of you. You're not finna stab me, bro. I'm finna beat your ass.
It sound good. I'm a FaceTime you. Tripping.
Nigga ain't finna stab.
Hey, good evening.
Now, if he got a machete, nigga swinging a machete around, okay, that's different. But a nigga got a Michael Myers kitchen knife or some shit, nigga, I'm finna beat the fuck out of you.
You think you a superhero or something? Like you can't die? Man.
I didn't say that, brother. But a kitchen knife, you got a kitchen knife? Okay, well,
I remember this guy, Skrilla. We had a conversation the other day. You were...
Yeah. You a Zionist. You a fucking Zionist piece of shit.
I'm 150%. I'm a beautiful Zionist.
Stop talking to me.
Who believes that the Jewish people should have a homeland.
You fucking baby killer, fucking rapist, fucking child
Come on, please.
Stop talking to me.
We'll go back to the trial.
You like fucking little kids in their butts. You fucking
I remember this guy.
That's on. Yeah, I think he's going through.
Alright, Dave. I'll go through all that.
Let's go back to the trial. So Nolan won. So Abby, I got a question. Have you seen all these videos that the boys are talking to Officer Tatum about? I guess on YouTube or no?
No, tell me what it is.
Well, he's on part 5, so I think they've had, I could be wrong, I think it's a total of 3 boys, and they're doing interviews with this particular YouTube dude, and I don't know, they're about a good 45 minutes each one. From a legal perspective, if they got people just doing this, like these boys, I mean, is that either just the most stupid thing you've ever heard, or are they really just nothing happened? Like it's no foul play.
I'm trying to give me the context of this. They're doing.
So this is a Nolan case. Let's get the case first. You know that one, right?
That's which one?
The boating one, Horn Island.
Oh, the boating one. Okay, right. And the boys that were with him. Go ahead.
Yeah, and this guy, Officer Tatum. I mean, I just going by his former officer to say he's not an officer, but he's been doing a YouTube series interviewing and going to Horn Island and documenting kind of what he feels is the truth in his opinion. And he's done about, like, I don't know, 5 parts interviewing. I think it's a total of 3 boys. Might be 2, it might be 1. I really don't remember. But in any event, my question was more so if those guys are actually going ahead and just like giving their side of the story. I mean, what do you think? They probably shouldn't be doing that if there's any funny business, right?
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't be doing it. And if they are recorded saying something, it can be used as evidence against them. You know, it's just dumb. I mean, especially if they're, you know, if there were witnesses or they were in some way connected with it. Like, the fact that they didn't all lawyer up seems a bit, you know, stupid. But, yeah, I mean, if they're recorded saying something, it can be used to impeach them and impeach any further testimony that they have. I mean, what's coming out in that? Like, I haven't followed other than when
I seen one of them, the one with the longer hair, he had a hat on. He didn't seem comfortable at all. His body language was off. His speech patterns was weird. His pauses while he was talking was weird. I don't know.
Was he outside talking?
It wasn't a good look.
I'm curious.
Was he a format
inside?
of like in you know, formal like
like a sit down.
Yeah, sit down. Yeah.
What state is it?
What is that?
Florida, I think, right?
Not Florida, is the other.
Nolan Wells was Mississippi.
It's Mississippi.
Yeah, I think Mississippi.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just saying, it's pretty brazen. Either they're totally not guilty. That's why I was bringing it up. Like, why would you do that, right, Abby? Unless you're like just completely confident that you're not going to get nailed in any form, like.
Or they're so backwater that they don't realize that they need counsel, or that, you know, I mean, not everyone, or you'd be surprised how many people want their moment of fame.
And that town has a history of like deaths in the water, and the lady that does the autopsies with the coroner doesn't autopsy the body. Like, she wouldn't autopsy his body at all.
Did you hear what
it's a one-party consent state too? I just looked it up. So.
Did you? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Did you hear what they did to in the autopsy, King, or no?
No.
Supposedly, like, they removed his throat or something. You guys hear all this stuff? Like.
Yeah.
And like, the state won't give it back to the private autopsy that's being done by Ben Crump and all them. They won't give them back. It's like gnarly, like the throat and like some other body piece. I forget what it was. It's just like, wow, this stuff is like gnarly.
What's the reason that they're giving?
For not giving it back. Actually, I don't know. I just need to get caught up a little bit more, but I mean, it doesn't help. I mean,
foul
why
play.
would you give it back?
Foul play, because the coroner, that same coroner, has done that multiple times. Like, won't autopsy a body, and they all just so happen to be drowning victims and shit. It's real weird.
I mean, who knows? Maybe there is foul play. I mean, I've been running the narrative that maybe they were just horsing around and Nolan fell off the boat, did his thing, whatever, in the water. People freaked out and took off. I mean, it's as simple as I can get it, like, without the foul play. And then now maybe there wasn't.
Man.
Maybe they took a bat to his head, and
Exactly.
that's where we're at. You know, I don't know.
The girl.
Somebody does, like, if it was an accident, bro, you don't, it wouldn't have went down like that. Everybody's calling the cops, you're trying to run, like, you know what I mean? He doesn't come up and the phone, they don't take his phone, wipe his Snapchat. Like, nah, bro. Them kids, something happened.
The only thing is, how did they get to the phone? Because usually that's passcoded, you know? What do you think?
If you can unlock it with his face.
Oh, shit. So put his face up to the phone?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they wiped his Snapchat, bunch of shit. Nah. The mom couldn't get his phone back for like a day or two or some shit. They had to send like a third party to go get the phone. Yeah, nah. Something happened, bro. They gonna start snitching soon enough.
Yeah, all it takes is one flipping, right, during the whole process. Like, if they got, like, somebody, you know, nailed pretty good, they're gonna be like, oh, we'll reduce your sentence if you rat on Johnny. You know, that's all it takes is that, you know?
Well, you gotta think about it, brother. Like, I came out to have fun and go bowling with the gang. And y'all killed this nigga. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, bro. I ain't,
Beaver, are you there?
Here comes this racist piece of shit.
Where do you stand on this?
That's
Don't
right.
know about.
And until I see some evidence of their foul play, I'm gonna just. To me, it's probably a drowning, accidental drowning.
Okay, Timothy, I don't know. Where do you stand on this particular one?
He's gonna see
yeah,
everything
like-
through the lens of white man bad, so he's gonna blame white people for this and white racism, because he's a loser. That's what.
Timothy?
bro, there was only white people there. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, man, I'm just waiting on the facts to come out for real. More of the facts to come out, bro. But I mean, it's just definitely kind of fishy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That it's just a little fishy, bro. You know what I mean? Definitely could have took care of the nigga a little bit better.
Like, I would let you have like the accidental drowning
Black
shit.
people kill white people more than the other way around. Can we talk about that? Bro, shut the fuck up. No,
Skrilla, you wanna handle that for me, gang?
Look at interracial crime violence, dude.
I'm gonna let Skrilla handle you, bro.
Bro, listen,
let
bro,
Skrilla
get off of Fox News. Get out your grandma's fucking basement.
Fox
Stop
News is a reputable source.
Hey, go outside and touch some grass, bitch. And stop repeating.
You know what? I do go outside and
white
touch grass.
supremacists and stop.
I do go outside and touch grass, and I will say this, Skrilla. I will say this.
Stop repeating.
Okay, I'll let you finish and then I'll go.
Points.
I'll let you finish and then.
Stop repeating alt-right talking points you heard from fucking wherever the fuck you watch your shit from.
Nick Fuentes.
Okay, Nick Fuentes is a bitch ass motherfucker. He from Chicago too, and you know why? His bitch ass don't come outside, and when he do, he got 1,000 motherfucking security with him because he know motherfucker will crack his fucking head up.
Oh, you're proving his point.
Listen.
So?
All he does is spew hate and division and fucking shit that does not represent his
Alright,
city
dude, I was being facetious. Anyway, dude, statistically speaking, okay, you want to talk about touching grass? From the moment I step foot outside of my door, I am statistically, I am more likely to be killed by a black person than a white person. It's a fact.
I believe it.
That's right. That's right. Look at that. You're an Uncle Tom, apparently, now.
What?
Saying that would label you an Uncle Tom in the black community, dude.
I'm gonna keep it real, bro. Where you live at?
Oh shit!
You want to know where I live? I live
dropping the love.
I live.
I don't want to know
smack.
no fucking.
I'll tell you where I live. I live smack dab in the middle of fucking New York City, but I was born and raised in New Jersey. Fuck you.
So you live smack dab in the middle. So you live.
Look who's talking.
So you live in smack dab. So you live in Manhattan.
Lower Manhattan, yes.
So you live in a closet. Cool.
So real funny.
So check this out, bro. I highly fucking doubt, okay, that ain't no motherfucking niggas in Lower Manhattan. Okay?
Thank God, that's why it's such a peaceful place.
First of all,
You dumb as hell. What the fuck?
Great restaurants there.
Why do you think Lower Manhattan is so safe? Why do you think that is?
Ain't no fucking niggas in Lower Manhattan.
Exactly.
But check this out. Check this out. You could be killed by a fucking nigga. You could get bit by one of them Master Splinter ass fucking rats y'all got over there.
Master Splinter.
All kind of fucking shit can kill you in New York City, bro. Y'all fucking water fucking stinks. Nigga, you could drink some of that shit, get a parasite, and fucking die.
We actually have the cleanest
They
drinking
actually, to the defense of New York, they have like the best water in the country.
Thank you. Let's go, Abby.
I mean, why do you think the bread and the bagels are so fucking good?
We actually have the best drinking water, bro.
They do have the best drinking water. It comes from Never Sink, New York, from the rest
Yo,
of the world.
and I was just thinking about this. Niggas don't kill white people that often, bro.
Yes, I don't know what's
It's not that often.
I just think these motherfuckers scared of us, bro. I really think these are the people.
Why do you think that is?
Because we're physically we're physically
superior.
I don't want to say nothing.
Sayer.
No, the issue is that you guys
I didn't want to say it.
You guys have. I'll tell you what the issue is. Because from the white experience, okay, blacks tend to have low impulse control. They're very confrontational, and there's just a lot of tension. I mean, look at the look how blacks behave when it comes to the. I worked in the service industry, okay, for a long time, and I can tell you.
Do you know every time
blacks
dies in this country?
And when I say blacks, I mean in particular Black Americans. So I don't paint with a broad brush. You guys are extremely rude.
You understand that I've seen more white people kill each other in road rage incidents. White people, you smell a lack of impulse. Bro, if you fucking cut a white person off, they might get out their car and
that's an issue, but it's not as commonplace as black on black crime. And
that wasn't what you just said.
Bro,
that wasn't you just said.
Why do you guys act so fucking obtuse when it comes to this shit? You guys purposely make yourselves dense whenever this convo comes up.
Bro, listen, bro. You fucking honk your horn at a white person, you might get out and blow your fucking head off.
But look, Carlos, why are y'all so worried about black on black crime instead of the shit that y'all got going on in y'all communities?
Because when
I don't never hear you bring up, the problems that white folks that y'all have in y'all community, but you always want to bring up black on black.
Man, listen.
You know what that's called? Empathy. That's called whataboutism.
Excuse me.
White people love to talk.
Everybody shut up. Professor trying to talk.
I'm not gonna fight men with no impulse to further migrate. I hear you, young man. I appreciate your statistics. I just needed you to understand that the reason why we don't talk about so-called white on white crime, because every crime not so-called black on black is either white on black, white on Asian, white on white, so many numbers. Let's just talk about white arrestees. 69% of all tracked individual arrests nationally across all offense levels. Do we need to go further about impulse control? I think we should stop trying to be specific with race. Understand that 90% of this is probably going to be bloodline. Are you talking shit about black and white? Most times white people who do that typically aren't heritage American, they're immigrant. I wonder how many of these white immigrants that sound like that guy would chat. I expected 5 heritage Americans. I know we're not just like when we're talking about impulse control. I would have attempted to hear 5 heritage Americans correct at least some of this racist rhetoric. Heritage Americans have the most vested interest in making sure that you understand what's going on in this country. I am now questioning the white people in the room and asking, are you an immigrant? descendant of an immigrant, second, third gen? Well, we got one on here. Because heritage Americans are just as much aggrieved as so-called black Americans. I'm gonna leave it there, but we all should really just take a look around and ask ourselves, is white really white, black really black, and who are these people? Where are they people and them from? Because a lot of these folks sound real brand new to me. I'm on mute.
Where were you during the reparations discussion?
I'm not really trying to argue about it at the moment. Don't really care. Because none of these people have documentation, so y'all were arguing viewpoints. The way you end that is, can you prove that you were armed? Who in your family? Y'all gotta quit arguing facts that don't matter, and I'm gonna let you argue them because I don't care. But at the end of the day, 90% of all of this is because people pretend to be people they're not. The other 10% is because nobody checks the fact that, man, you're talking about me. I'm gonna need some of you heritage Americans to start claiming you're slaves too. A lot of y'all is too scared to say that you're the descendant of enslaved people because the narrative is saying that you gotta be so-called black. I wish a lot of y'all would start being white. Go ahead and be the Scott Irish Jacobite descendant that you are. Pull out the manifesto with your names on it. I want to see how many black Americans stand tall about reparations when you admit that you are the descendant of enslaved people. I want to see some of y'all pull out some of them indenture contracts, some of those slave contracts. I want some of you so-called white people to show that you have American Indian ancestry. Yeah, that some of those land deeds and patents and some of that running your ass out the south. Yeah, out the south. Yeah, you up in the north with me because we're really cousins. Exactly. And what we were talking about impulse control, right? So, while we're having these discussions, I mean, I'm gonna need people to learn that this is why I was glad for the longest I was. Because I'm not gonna fight a grown ass man for this mic. Just not gonna do it.
Yeah.
So, you all right, my baby? You got a problem, my baby? Are you an immigrant, my baby? You got something going on? You want to talk about it, my baby? You need to get it off your chest. What we got going on?
Black people need to stop killing each other.
Is that what you jumped off the mic to say?
Yes, black people.
Well, I think 69% of all crimes should be committed by white people.
Tell me you don't understand what per capita statistics are.
I'm not talking about per capita. I'm talking about period. See, what I'm not going to play with you.
Okay.
I'm not, excuse me.
You don't,
excuse me. What you did was you interrupted me to give me a false statistic. What you did was jump in this business like you had some standing. Who are you? Who your people and where you come from? What gave you the right to open your mouth and speak over me? Who did you think you were? See the nerve of you niggas.
I'm not an N-word.
Open your mouth. Yeah, you are. Ignorant. That's what it stands for.
Okay, so
In
can
your
I just
case,
call
I use it
ignorant
in that
people the
case.
N-word and get
No,
away with it?
I called you that. And you don't get to just do it. You want to do it.
You're a
because you
racist, you know that?
I don't care if that's how you feel. I proudly advance my so-called race. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You know what that race is? That race is my family. You want to get specific? I'm a double descendant of a historic Rondo community. And yes, I'm buried.
What community? Excuse me, can you say that again?
I'm none of your business. It ain't yours.
What's your community?
It ain't yours. It ain't yours. Whatever community you don't come from.
Aren't you a Pretendian or whatever?
Yes, they all
Whatever
are. They all are.
Whatever I am, you're not.
It's self-hatred.
And I promise me we can sit here and go grandparent for grandparent. I'm more European than you. How about that? I bet you my European's been in America longer than yours. I bet you if we go grandparent for grandparent, I have more Americans than you. So the nerve of you to interrupt me with such bullshit.
I don't deny black American heritage.
Excuse me, do you have a problem with speaking? Are you having a problem with impulse control?
Exchange. We can't have an exchange.
Control. No, because it was my turn
Why
to speak.
are you not letting him speak?
Nor did I.
Was she DAR?
And I waited for 17,000 hours without actually coming off my mute. I think my little submission at whatever amount of giving I give it should be accepted, seeing as I sat here for at least 5 hours quietly without a word. I'm gonna need some of y'all to get the fuck up out of my way. Impulse control. The nerve of the people who claim that Black Americans didn't have impulse control till all of a sudden can't have an expand teacher span long enough to sit in a mini lecture, let alone a classroom. I can't even provide instructions as a professor long enough for you guys to sit and actually take them. Am I in a kindergarten class? This is interesting to me. What I find also interesting is the very people who opened their mouth to tell us about Black American impulse control are also the same people in this room who can't sit and listen to the facts. It is also the very same people who sat here and wanted to disrespect so-called Black Americans and so-called pretendians. Oh, I love that one. Who actually have no stake, no claim, and no power in the system called America. Whatever I want to say. And I actually am a big mouth, long-winded, non-having a point, non-factual, non-documentational people to open your mic. But look who came off their mic the longest. All the so-called white people in the room who are lacking the impulse control. I am doing this on purpose. As a professor, I can 100% give a whole lecture, at least an hour. The mere fact that y'all can't sit here and hear all of that without jumping up and mute, adding music, adding ad-libs, emojis, none of you can sit and have a conversation. I just wanted to open my mic to prove that the most cool person in the room is the so-called pretendian. Y'all got your little raggedy ass conversation back. Just wanted to show you.
This is what we call getting sturdy in New York.
Fuck these crackers, man.
Bust a move.
Fuck wrong with these crackers.
You know what's also interesting, Beaver?
Shut up, nigga. You just got bait, nigga.
Do you know what's
Sit
interesting?
your ass on mute, nigga. Shut up, nigga. You got cooked, nigga.
I didn't get cooked.
You got cooked, nigga.
Bro, he fucking rambled for like 3 minutes. Said nothing.
Salt and pepper, nigga. That's all we needed,
He just
nigga.
bloviated for like fucking 3 minutes, dude.
Where was your impulse control, nigga?
You 100% got cooked.
That same impulse control you said the niggas ain't had. You ain't had no impulse control,
I
nigga.
do have impulse control.
Shut up, nigga. You ain't had no impulse control, nigga.
Well, I wouldn't have punched her like you guys do. Oh, he went silent.
Hey, are you like infatuated with us or something, bro?
Dude, I deal a lot with your type. That's the issue.
My
and
type.
I'm fatigued and I'm tired and it's annoying. You guys are insufferable, lazy, rude, obnoxious, loud people, and it's fucking, people are getting sick of it, bro. Done. And all you guys do is just fucking race bait. You fucking bitch, you moan, you point the finger. We're done. Non-black Americans are fucking done, okay? White, Caribbean, you name it. Hispanic, we're done, bro. Cooked. And I think the trajectory of the United States should be kept. Black Americans will eventually fizz out and just be complete.
Are you done eating rice and beans?
I'm not done eating rice and beans.
Yeah, until you finish eating rice and beans, we don't give a fuck. And mashing up bananas with every fucking thing you eat and calling it a meal, we don't care.
Is he Mexican?
No, all Spanish people, they just eat bananas and shit. Just mash them up and fry them. It's fucking sick.
You can tell you don't leave the house much, brother. I can't believe you actually called yourself a groiper.
Oh shit.
That's facetious. No, you weren't.
I was.
Share, brother, share.
Conversation with me long enough to know my
agrees with it.
He doesn't have a position.
He definitely was trolling. He definitely was trolling. He actually trolled
So the
all of the group.
facetiousness means that it's true, though. It's funny, true. So I
You're not
appreciate
even
you
white.
using that word. I know. But he wants to be, so I let him. So facetiousness, it should actually be like joking, but with the truth. So I'm glad he used that word. I wouldn't argue with him, King. He's right. He was being facetious. He was making a joke, but telling the truth at the same time about himself. He's a creeper. Listen, we Heritage Americans in the room. There are a couple. This is the type of person. Whatever. Considering I've been American and spoke English longer, whatever his name is, Cadillo, he is one of the people Heritage Americans who distance himself from. See, he wants to be a Heritage American. He's angry.
What's a Heritage American?
Hold on. I never denied Black Americans' heritage in America. I never said you guys were not inherently American. When did I say that? I didn't say that.
Well, stop calling us N-word.
Could someone define,
I didn't
Jazzy,
say
what's a Heritage American?
I haven't heard of this before.
I never heard it before either. What's it mean?
It's when your heritage is with America.
Yeah,
So that would make us all Heritage Americans?
Nah, y'all heritage be in other countries.
Listen,
A lot of us
So
don't
is it
have
like
that.
a DAR, like a daughter of the American Revolution? Like,
Hold on. We gonna let she said it, so let her explain it. I don't need